Awesome. Great. How about now?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So nice to be back in Perugia. Thank you all for coming. We are going to talk about journalists who've left the world of journalism for the world of corporate media. And this panel came about because in my job, I kept encountering these individuals who had made this leap, and I was really curious. What was it like for them as individuals? What skill sets could they bring to the corporate world? What was that decision-making process like? And what are the wider implications for society as well? So I'm Garrett Goodman. I work at an AI startup called Papercup. We dub videos into foreign languages to help organizations speak to their audiences in their own language. But I met this illustrious panel at my last job, where they were all at one point or another actually clients. So starting over here, we have Lauren Moraski, who was formerly at the Huffington Post and is now the editor-in-chief at Merck, the pharmaceutical company. Here we have Isabelle Rougaud, who was formerly at Le Figaro and then LinkedIn and now is independent, running her own media company, which she will talk about. And we have Mark Frankel at the end, formerly of the BBC and head of social media at Philip Morris, the tobacco company. So, having just recently changed jobs myself, I thought we could actually start there and talk about what that decision was like for you guys to leave the world of journalism and go into the corporate world. And so maybe if you could just talk a bit about your kind of career path, where you were at that moment when you decided what that decision-making process was like. Why don't we start at this end with you, Lauren?
All right, thanks, Garrett, and hi, everyone. I spent my career in various different forms of journalism, ranging from radio to digital to broadcast TV. I worked at a number of different organizations, from ABC News to HuffPost, CBS News, Reuters, and I mostly covered entertainment news. But I did everything from writing about financial news to info security. I became a manager, and I really loved becoming a leader and leading teams and editing. And my last post at at HuffPost was a special projects editor. And essentially I was overseeing different content across the entire news organization, trying to find different partnerships and strategic initiatives to help raise revenue, grow the brand, and also increase membership. And so that really gave me an idea of like, hey, maybe I could do something else besides just like editing stories, et cetera. I really feel like I want to, put all the skills that I've gained throughout my entire career into like a really good place. As things go, and my former network of reporters and journalists, someone reached out to me who was working at Merck. She said, look, Lauren, there's this amazing opportunity. They're looking for an editor-in-chief at Merck. And I'm like, that sounds really interesting. What does it entail? And essentially, it was to grow sort of like an internal newsroom of sorts. They were really looking for someone with a journalism background to bring that sensibility to Merck. Merck is a pharmaceutical company, very well respected in the industry. And they wanted to basically have someone to tell the corporate story. And so when I interviewed, I was really leaning on all the things that I collected throughout my journalism career: storytelling, story angles, video, podcasting. How can I infuse that into a space like Merck? I won them over, and I was hired. And in the last year and a half, I've been able to build a team of reporters, or content producers, as I call them. A lot of them do come from the journalism world. I have a graphic design team and some folks who work on video, and it's been a wild ride. I'm happy to dive in a little bit more, but that's just kind of a high-level overview of how I came to Merck.
Switch this one on. Hello, everybody. I had a slightly different path. I was at the BBC for nearly 20 years. I mean, it feels like a lifetime. It was a lifetime, actually, in television, in radio, and in the final few years on the digital side, website and social media. My last job was the editor of social media for BBC News. And I was sitting in the newsroom at the BBC back in 2018, having just returned from a short fellowship, and I'm thinking to myself, what do I do next? What do I want to do next? Where do I want to go? Not particularly I didn't have any sort of well-formed ideas in my head, but I knew I wanted to do something with a sort of public purpose. And it's quite fortuitous, us all sitting here in Perugia, but it's my mother died exactly 10 years ago from breast cancer, and she was a very heavy smoker. And she lived in Perugia. So I've been spending the last 2 days walking around Perugia. It's quite poignant, actually, being back here again. But when the phone rang, my mobile phone rang back in 2018, and the chief content officer from Philip Morris was on the end of the line, you can imagine my reaction. I put the phone down. I said, on no accounts would I ever want to work for one of the world's most vilified companies. Why would I ever imagine doing something like that with the experience that I'd had sort of nursing my mother through to the end? But they were very persistent, and they kept coming back, and they said, don't you understand what we're trying to do? We're trying to move this company away from our core product and completely turn the company inside out. And what we need are journalists. We need people who understand storytelling, they understand the narrative, they understand how they can help us to position this company as being passionate about change, passionate about something completely and utterly different. So I started to think about it. I thought, actually, you know, I've run for cancer research. I've thrown brickbats at people who smoke. I've been a sort of activist on the outside. I wonder what it would be like working from the inside and being part of a content operation. So I decided to take the plunge. I joined them, and I was global social media, sort of head of global social media for Philip Morris for about 3 years until just recently, and I'm just about to leave onto a new challenge. But it's been absolutely fascinating working from the inside. I think we'll get onto that shortly. But that's been my journey, and working now in a content team inside a corporate using those journalistic skills.
My turn. Hi, and thanks for having me, Garrett. So I'm Isabel Hogal. I think Garrett worded the question this way just on purpose to get a rise out of me, because I detest the expression leave journalism, because I did not leave journalism. I'm extremely militant about this. I am a journalist. I don't work in communications. No objection to it. It's just not what I'm interested in. And so I'm very much a journalist. So I started out as a kind of in foreign news. I was a foreign correspondent in Cambodia. I was working on the foreign desk at Le Figaro. I joined LinkedIn in 2012. It wasn't exactly like a decision to, I'm going to take my career in a different position. I was a young journalist who graduated in a financial crisis. I was on a succession of temp contracts, which ended in newspapers that were shrinking, and I was unemployed for a few months, freelancing, doing a few things, and then I got on LinkedIn one morning to update my profile and look for jobs, and there was an ad. LinkedIn is looking for editors for itself. And I was like, what? And I was actually extremely hesitant in the beginning, precisely for that reason. I was like, I do not want to leave journalism. I just got started here. You're not going to push me out. And so I was debating, but I needed a job. And so I was like, I'll have a conversation. And from the first conversation, I was completely sold. Because essentially what the editorial team did at LinkedIn is, it still does, and by the way, is hiring like crazy right now. So if you're interested, talk to me at the end. I'm not there anymore, but I can talk to you about it. Is essentially very much news work, but instead of doing it for a newspaper or a news website, you're doing it for a platform. And the goal of news content, just like for any media organization, is to engage the users of the platform and to get them coming back to LinkedIn, which, it's not how LinkedIn makes its money, but it's part of getting people active on the platform. And so journalists there will do, I built a daily business newsletter there. They do podcasts. They do some original reporting, though it's mostly curation. So if you're a Twitter user and you think about Twitter Moments and the team that's curating that, there's a similar team doing similar work at LinkedIn, and also a lot of work with non-professional writers, influencers and creators who create on the platform, and kind of helping them, guide them as editors. So there's just a lot of different angles to that. And I was very lucky to join when there was 4 of us on the team, and got to build the operations outside the US and outside the English language. And so now they're hiring like crazy right now, so it's going to be pretty sure 150 people pretty soon, even 200. And I left 2020, January 2020, because I was quite burnt out and I just needed a break, and I was going to go on a great sabbatical year and travel, and that was terrible timing. And ended up launching my own podcast and newsletter and niche media company called Borderline, which is about living across borders, being multicultural, being a serial immigrant, which is what I am. And so that's another option that's open as well, and that's really growing. And that we can talk about later. It's being a creator and building your own platform, rather than being freelance. Given what freelance pays these days, I think you're better off just building your own platform, building your own business.
So I think we're going to get into the. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
No, you're still muted.
Thank you. Tech support. I think we're going to get into a lot of the points of contrast between the traditional media world, the traditional world of journalism, and corporate media. But I thought maybe we'd just start with something very day-to-day. When each of you joined these bigger companies, what was that first moment when you said, whoa, this is totally different than a newsroom? Or maybe, let's start with you.
I was like, what did I just do? And I miss news, and I wanted to run back to the newsroom the first day I started. But I realized this is an amazing opportunity. I have to give it a chance. It was very different because in news, you're working collaboratively, or you're working on a story or editing a story in a team, and you write the story, you put it out there in the world. You might have an editor. Sometimes your story goes through legal if it's an investigative piece, but other than that, it just goes out there in the world. What I didn't realize at a place like Merck and a lot of big corporations, Merck in particular is a very highly regulated industry. There's lots of layers of approvals. There's lots of layers of legal. And to get one feature story out on the website, and I oversee content that goes on the website internally, externally, and then the social media platforms, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, et cetera. It could take 2 months for a story to actually go live on the site because of all the rounds of editing, et cetera. And then, I'm used to being creative. Well, I want to use this word. Well, this is not a word that Merck uses. So I felt like I took a little bit of getting used to, but now a year and a half in, I've had so much exciting freedom in some ways, and I've charted my own path. One of the things I'm most proud of doing was when I got there, I was like, there's no newsletter that goes out to the entire global company. There's just a lot of these piecemeal newsletters. There's no one place to get all the news you need to know as an employee about what the company is working on. So I pitched it. Some people were really hesitant, some leaders were like, I don't know, we had something years ago, 15 years ago, it didn't work. I said, give me a shot. Let me know how it's I'm just gonna do it. So I said, if in a month, if no one's reading it, the open rate is low and the click-through rate is low, we'll just do away with it. Let's test and learn. Let's experiment. And I'm proud to say that a year later, it's called InScope. InScope has become a thing. It's a product. People want to be featured in InScope. They want their stories in InScope. So that is one of those things where you come to a corporation. That's why they brought me on board. I came in. I was like, why can't we do this? So that's sort of.
So, you want to jump in?
Yeah. No, it's just because your question, I could see the moment when you're like, okay, what was it? And for me, it was a few weeks in, they sent me to Silicon Valley so I was based in Paris when I started, and they sent me to headquarters, Mountain View, California, to kind of meet a lot of the people that I was going to work with. And so this was 2012. And so first, the editorial team was under product, which it was the first time that I heard the word product, because I don't think in 2012 we were talking about product much especially in a 150-year-old newspaper that I was at before. And I get to Silicon Valley, and there's just this incredible office, and there's the frozen yogurt machine and the free lunch and the ping pong tables. And this was 2012, and it was really exciting to join tech. And, I've experienced enough of Silicon Valley that I'm just a little bit more critical now, but at the time it was just really and complete sheer enthusiasm. And I remember sitting down with a software engineer who, grabbed a pen and a piece of paper and was like, here's how an algorithm works. And it was just like, whoa, like just mind blown. It's just like meeting a whole array of people that I had just no idea even existed or what they could work on. And that energy, that fire of joining Silicon Valley in 2012, at a time when it was just pure, like, the future is beautiful and we're going to change the world. As misguided and partial as that was just a really, really special energy. And coming from newspapers, where literally every place that I had worked at since then, from my very first internship, like first week of my internship, I got to sit in a newsroom and see a bunch of people get laid off. And that was the tone of my career as a young journalist until then. And so to be in a place that was so optimistic about the future was just completely mind-blowing and very powerful.
And that's why you want to stay at big tech now, right?
I bring the best of both worlds together, hopefully, now.
Mark, what was your first whoa moment?
So, I'm going to pick up on that optimism, because I think that's something that really kind of binds a lot of these kind of roles together, because as a journalist, you're often weighed down by things that can't happen. Oh, the technology can't be improved. There's a limited budget. You need to do things on a shoestring. Time is limited. I mean, one of the things that struck me first was, on my first day, my boss said, what do you want to do? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, what tools do you need? What services do you need? How much money do you need? And I said, well, do we not have a budget? And he said, well, that's for you to define. And I said, well, what about the strategy? And he said, well, that's for you to define. I mean, it was quite daunting, to be quite honest. I mean, I had to sort of take a deep breath, stand back and go, okay, what am I going to build? How many people do I need? How will I organize them? How will we arrange our resources? What platforms do we need to prioritize? But the benefit is, if you go to the right place and there is a vision and there's a can-do attitude, they put stuff behind you very quickly. And that was my impression. On the flip side, there's a lot of oversight. It's a different kind of oversight to being a journalist. As a journalist, you get that editorial oversight of people needing to read what you're writing, or to understand that what you're producing is in the interest of everybody, the audiences that you're trying to serve. My experience of working in the corporate world is suddenly you're faced with an army of lawyers. Not just one lawyer. There was the media lawyer in the BBC Newsroom that I used to love, because I used to wander up to him or her, depending on what day it was, and I'd say, this is the piece that we're writing, or this is the piece that we're planning on broadcasting. And they'd look at it and they'd go, we'd have a quick chat about risk, and they'd go, well, it doesn't seem to be too risky to me, let's go for it. It was that kind of conversation. Whereas at PMI, where I've just been, about to leave, I would come up with something and I'd phone a lawyer, and they'd phone a lawyer, and then that person would phone a lawyer, and suddenly I'd have 4 lawyers on the call, and a tweet that we might need to put out would have to go through 3 separate lawyers before it could even see the light of day, by which stage 140 or 280 characters had become sort of 690 characters, and I was trying to explain to them that, there is a limit to what you could put out on Twitter. So there are restrictions to how you can say what you can say, but from a resources point of view, it was extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
So speaking of resources, and you mentioned this, Isabel, in your intro, I wanted to touch on the point of the pandemic and what that was like in terms of work-life balance and the kind of support that you felt from your employer. And I know that you guys keep in touch with your friends who are still in the media, and we know that it's been very difficult working in newsrooms during the pandemic. What was it like working for, Fortune 500?
It's interesting because I started Merck in the midst of the pandemic. I was working at HuffPost, so I have the comparison of working in a newsroom and then going to Merck. Working at HuffPost, it was just one day we were in the newsroom, I was hosting something, and the next thing we're all at home. And, there was a lot of nervousness throughout the newsroom about whether or not we could survive. You know, advertising was low, our membership model was changing. But when I got to Merck, you know, it was one of those things where I onboarded remotely, and I felt like I felt like a member of the team. I felt like it was, you know, definitely, I mean, the resources obviously at a corporate company are very high, and so they kind of roll out the red carpet for you without, you know. But I still did, I mean, quite honestly, I did, you know, miss my newsroom world so those first few months.
What does that mean, roll out the red carpet for you? Like, what's something that you experienced there?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, you need this, no problem, right? You need a phone, you need this, you know, all those kinds of things, it's not a problem. You know, very different than working in a newsroom where it's scrappy, resources are thin. It's, you know, well, maybe next year we'll get you a promotion. Maybe next year we'll give you another team member. It's very much like, oh, you know, annual salary raises are kind of a thing. You know, I've spent many years in news, and yeah, you know, we're not doing any raises this year. So those types of things make a big difference when you're working at a big company. And so the perks there are really great. What I will say though too is that everyone loved the fact that I came from news and that they really appreciated and respected my experience, and that was really nice. So it was very welcoming experience coming in there for the first time.
Garrett, I can say that just from my point of view, from a mental health point of view with the pandemic, I was absolutely blown away with the support that I got and the whole team got. I mean, in the first few weeks of the pandemic, when we were all a little bit sort of dazed and confused about what we should do and how we should operate and so forth from home, we got an email came through to say, what do you need? Do you need a new desk at home? Do you need a new chair? Do you need sort of back support? Do you need a week's worth of massages? Do you need, I mean, it was absolutely extraordinary. I'd never seen such support, actually. And more than that, they went out of their way to make people available to talk to. They recognized that there was a difference between those that were more experienced and were living with families and those that were on their own and working on their own in a fairly isolated way. So some people had support, people at home they could talk to, others didn't, and they were very, very recognizing of that. And they put on lots of activities that people could do, quizzes and so forth down the line and so forth, to try and, as much as they could, build a sense of community whilst people were stuck really in their home settings. So I think, yeah, we felt pretty supported through that whole period.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't work during the I mean, I worked independently during the pandemic. I was on sabbatical first, and so it was actually a really weird thing to see everyone else, you know, having to deal with it from the outside, and I'm very grateful that I didn't. But being in touch with, you know, with my former team, which I still am, I think the big difference, at least in our case, is that everything was already in place to be working remotely. So I spent years managing, my team was spread out, you know, all over the world, from Brazil to China to Japan to Australia. I managed people that I never met in person. I think I might have met them once at an offsite, but you know, I never actually set foot in Brazil, and I was managing Brazil or Japan. So Zoom was a tool that we were well familiar with for a long time. And things like Zoom fatigue is something that was extremely familiar with before the word existed. I think the major difference, the thing that I had really insisted on my team and that the whole company insisted on, is solid travel budgets, so that you're still able to meet in person and connect in a way that you can't over a laptop. And so I'm sure the pandemic was super hard on everyone. I think it's just these companies were probably better prepared than most.
I think you've lived an interesting experience too, in that, you know, we're talking about how supportive these companies can be, and I think we've all generally come to become more mindful of burnout and how real that is. But you left this company, as you mentioned, because of burnout. Do you think that their approach changed after the pandemic? Do you think that this is something that, had you weathered the pandemic, you would have stayed with the company?
Gotta be diplomatic here. I think honestly, no. I think, and I don't think this is an issue with the company. I've become increasingly, I think, disillusioned with just corporate capitalism. And, I'm not a radical anti-capitalist, but actually it's just the way that the world of work is organized nowadays with with technology and constantly being connected means that literally everyone around me has burnt out or is about to or will. And I'm just increasingly a believer in careers that require moments of pause. Because I was seriously full on like a sprinter for 8 years. And I remember one of the first things that someone told me when I joined LinkedIn was, you'll see, this is a marathon, but you're gonna have to run it like a sprint. And I did for 8 years, and I was really tired, and I needed this break. And it's been a couple years. I feel 100 times better than I did 2 years ago, and I'm actually currently, again, on a full-time job hunt and feeling really excited about it and about the possibilities in a way that I wasn't excited about anything 2 years ago. And I think that's just the way that modern careers are, and they're gonna have to last. And, I think for our generations, they're gonna have to last well into our 60s and into our 70s, and it's just going to look very different from what our parents' careers looked like, and that's fine. And I hold nothing against the company, because honestly, it was the best experience of corporate work that I could have had, but it's still corporate work in the 21st century. And I want to say something to what you were saying about rewards and resources. I was talking just last night at dinner about salary. And now that I'm in job search, I'm realizing just how terribly paid journalists are, especially in the UK. I don't know, the job market in the UK is super weird. The salaries are ridiculously low when you look at cost of living. And it's especially true in media. And, just to talk numbers, because I think we should talk numbers. 5 years ago, I was starting my junior team members on 60K pounds. And this was 5 years ago. I'm sure it's higher now. Annual raises are a given. It's around 3 to 4% where you're doing your job adequately. It's much more if it's a promotion. It's around 20%. Like, I just want to be realistic about what numbers are when you're not in a traditional newsroom and in an industry that's shrinking. These are the numbers in the corporate world, and these are just not the numbers that we're seeing in media. And I know it's a struggling industry, but if you don't give people money, we're talking about diversity. If you don't pay people, if you need to be rich already to start a career in media, if you're not able to build generational wealth in the career that you choose, you're not going to have diversity in our industry. And so I think these opportunities, like Martin, Lauren are doing, and what I did, this is also a chance for people with journalism skills to build something, and doing great work for the benefit of the public is wonderful, but we have to be realistic as well about what people look for in a career, and it's also rewards for themselves and for their families.
So maybe on that note, we can zoom out a bit. What do you guys think are the implications for society when you have the corporate sector is offering, interesting compensation, opportunities to grow, viable career path, and you face oftentimes doom and gloom, repeated cycles of layoffs within the traditional media? What does it mean when you could call it a brain drain of highly skilled journalists who are leaving and going into the corporate side? You look like you're ready to jump in, Mark.
Well, rather like Isabel, I've never stopped being a journalist. I left the BBC 3.5 years ago, and I still feel as much a journalist today as I did 3.5 years ago. The difference is I work in a corporate world. I work in a corporate setting. I don't work for a news organisation. And so to answer your question, one part of your question, I don't think journalism is any poorer for jobbing journalists working in a corporate world. I think that, to Isabel's point about pay, there is a real problem with fair pay for fair work within the media industry, and that is but I think that's a very separate question to the decision that some journalists take to move from working for a media organization to working for a business, or because a lot of media organizations are businesses, but for working for a corporate organization, so private organization. And I think it's kind of what I said at the beginning, that I would never have made that switch if I didn't feel there wasn't a public purpose behind it. For me, what motivated me to go into journalism is the same motivation that has remained with me in the corporate world, which is a desire to try and do something or be working in a field that is making a difference to public life in some way. At Philip Morris, it was all about public health. I'm about to go to International SOS. That's also going to be about public health in a different way. And for me, that's always been the motivation. What difference can I make? That's what gets me up in the morning. And okay, I'm not writing investigative articles or putting broadcasts together that will be consumed on a media outlet, but I'm still working in a communication setting and trying to make the world understand what a difference a company can make if it was positioned in the right way or it was orientated in the right way. And I think that's very valuable. I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think a lot of journalists underestimate. You guys, I think, if you're interested in this world, it's really easy to underestimate what value you bring to it. There's a lot of people in the corporate sector that simply don't know how to tell a story. They don't know the value of what they're doing is extraordinary, but they can't communicate it. They can only communicate it through really banal press releases and through systems that nobody really wants to hear and understand. And if the company that you're working for is trying to do something quite radical, and you're a journalist with an instinct for storytelling and communication, you can make a world of difference, and it can be hugely valuable.
What do you think, Lauren? I'm going to ask you a classic Perugia question. What does this mean for the future of journalism?
Well, I would say that it's interesting because, like I said earlier, I was able to infuse all my journalism experience into this role, and I'm so proud to have do so. But I think the future of journalism, I think, is still bright. I mean, I teach at a journalism class. I went to Columbia Journalism School. I'm very much like you, consider myself a journalist. So I think it's ever evolving, and I think that losing me from I was in the news world. Now I'm using these skills in the corporate world. I do feel similarly to Mark, where working for a healthcare company, pharmaceutical company, where its mission is to use like the power of leading edge science to save and improve lives. It drives the people who work there, including myself when I work there too. So I'm still hopeful about journalism. I do think that it's interesting to pursue these other potential opportunities. When I left HuffPost, I wasn't leading a team, and it was something I really missed. And I wasn't going to have the opportunity to do that again at HuffPost. And so I wanted to move up in my career. I wanted to lead a team again. That was very important to me. And so I needed to make this step to be a manager, be a team lead again. And this opportunity allowed me to do that. And I'm very happy I did it.
Yeah, and adding to that, I think if journalism gets poorer in this context, it's only when it refuses to keep within its circles and bring back to the news world the people who have done these things in their career. Because I know for myself, I learned an amount of things working in tech that I never would have learned in newsrooms. And I know for a fact because every career conversations I've had when I was working in traditional newspapers was like, oh, you're ambitious. You're gonna have to learn to wait your turn. Oh, we don't have funding for training. Or every manager I've ever had, before, some were well-intentioned, but not great. Some were bullies. None of them ever had management training. And I was deeply trained as a manager, and every manager that was under me was deeply trained as a manager and intentional and thoughtful in their leadership practice. And that's something that we don't have in the media industry. I learned about product thinking, I learned about strategy, I learned about business, about monetization, all these these skills that we need in traditional media. And I get a little angry that, 10 years ago when I joined LinkedIn, people kind of in the industry kind of raised an eyebrow, oh, you're leaving journalism. And the fact that 10 years later, I'm still having these conversations with people like, oh, that's not really, like, sure, but is it really though? And it's just like, I think like we really need to move on from that and welcome these skills. And the thing I will say is if you do make this move into your career, you're going to learn a lot, you're going to benefit a lot. You are likely to still have a fight on your hands if you want to bring all of that back into a news role. It's something I'm trying to do right now, and I'm having these conversations. And I think it's something that we need to do. I'm hoping that, give it another decade and it's going to become more common. But yeah, I think it's something that we really need to do and just broaden the skills that go into this industry. Obviously, when it's a shrinking industry, it's hard because there's only so many roles. But I think we will learn from it. And I'm really heartened by this entrepreneurial movement that's happening in the industry because you do see a lot of people, creating their own platforms. And, if you won't open the door for us, we'll break through the wall. It's fine.
Mark, what do you think? What are one or two things that that you picked up after leaving the media that you wish they were actually teaching or you were learning on the job from within?
From where I am now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, picking up on what Isabel's just said, I think that the thing that shocks me, daily almost, is how I could have got through 20 years at the BBC with so much of our work being not particularly measurable. And, I have regular conversations with my team, and there are objectives that are really clear. Everybody knows what the KPIs are for performance. There is a really clear sense of progress and where everybody needs to get to and what needs to be done. And I look back with great fondness in many ways to the time that I was at the BBC, but with also a sense of shock that I got through so many years without actually ever knowing what I was going to be measured by in terms of success from one year to the next. And I would be willing to take a straw poll of you all in the room here today and say, it's journalists, have you, when you have your annual appraisal with your manager, is there ever a conversation where you are looking back at specific achievements that are measurable in particular ways that you can say, okay, well, I've achieved X and I've achieved Y, and therefore I'm owed something in return? I don't think it works like that in journalism to a large extent. I'm generalizing. I think it possibly does in some places. And I think that's the thing, that there are lots of things that the world of media can learn from the corporate sector. And I think one of the big lessons is that being measurable is not a dirty word. It actually helps people to understand where their careers are heading and what they need, what skills they have and what experience they have and what they don't have and what they need to still accumulate, and also what training they need and where the gaps are and what mentorship they may require and so forth. And it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Your career shouldn't be something that you wake up one morning and you think, actually, I'd quite like to go that way, or I'd quite like to go this way. Or yes, we all have epiphany, and we all have these moments of, inspiration and so forth. But for everything to be governed by the sort of whim of the moment and to be so unmeasurable, I think is extraordinarily challenging, particularly for younger journalists and those that are coming into the industry in the first place and need a sense of direction.
And it doesn't have to be measurable by, like KPIs, like, numbers of stories published per day or clicks on stories. Because the second you say measurable, a lot of people are like, ooh, you're gonna, give me these targets. And it's really about, like, what's your impact? What are you doing for the public? What are you doing for the community? What is the ultimate goal besides having your story in by deadline? It's just having a little bit of a more of a vision. And yes, that's definitely something that your eyes are open to especially when you get out of that daily news cycle and that rush to deadline every single day.
And was that similar or different for you coming from the Huffington Post, something that was a little, digitally native organization? When it comes to measurement, did you find that to be a very smooth transition into the corporate world?
Well, that's an interesting question. HuffPost was very rooted in data and analytics, right? Because we had trending stories, we had feature stories, and it was always a topic of conversation in the newsroom. And so when I went to Merck, they were just starting to use metrics and analytics to inform the content. They were sort of starting that route, and they liked the fact that I had at least an eye for it, and that I used it to inform my future decision makings when it came to content coverage. And so I think that we're only growing in that space. And similar to what you said about the impact, yeah, sure, we're looking at how many page views, how many click-through rates, how many video views, but we're also looking about how does it raise the reputation? What are people saying about the company? How do people feel? What I came from, a lot of what HuffPost was about was people-first storytelling, and I found that this people-first storytelling, when we're focusing on a person, a profile, at Merck, really resonates with the audiences. We use paid media to sort of get that in front of people. We have original native or content as well, but the metrics and the analytics is never going away, and no matter what job I go to next, it's going to be a part of that position, whether it's a news or media or a tech company.
For the two of you who are still at these big companies, Mark and Lauren, what's it like being on the other side of the reporting? What's it like representing a company who's the subject of the reporting as opposed to doing the reporting yourselves?
Well, I mean, I think that one of the things I've learned in the last few years at PMI was that before I joined, if you said to me your reputation as a tobacco company, I would shake my head and say they are inherently evil. Everyone working there is clearly intent on destruction, killing. They're a rapacious group. How could anybody work there who has a conscience, any ethics, any morality? And yet in 3 years, the thing that I found really fascinating is that, well, the 2 or 3 things I'd say. Firstly, I have never met a greater bunch of charitable-minded people in my entire career. And just to, a few examples during the pandemic, the number of initiatives going on in the company to raise money through food banks and local community initiatives and so on that was happening throughout the company in different countries was just extraordinary. And the amount of money that they raised for those different initiatives was mind-blowing. And equally with the situation in Ukraine at the moment, the amount of aid that's being raised by the company in different ways and so forth. So I think it certainly burst my rather kind of over-liberal perception of the corporate world before I joined, that that nobody working there could possibly have a moral conscience. The other thing I'd say, though, is that there is I think a tendency that journalists have, and I'm going to generalize here, but I certainly had this, so I'm sort of culpable to some extent, of writing your conclusion before you've done your research. And I think companies like PMI and pharmaceutical companies to some extent as well, there is a tendency that journalists will have to think the worst before they've actually genuinely understood the business. And if a business is going through a major change, there will be a lot of complexity to that change. And you need to understand, well, what's motivating a company to change its core business? Why would a company like Philip Morris, that's made an enormous amount of money out of the sale of cigarettes, want to stop selling cigarettes? It just doesn't make any sense in many ways. So you've got to ask yourself those tough questions. You've got to see the complexity of what they're trying to do for what it's worth and understand the market, the business, the different regulatory regimes in different countries and so forth. And as I became more and more accustomed to what they were trying to do, I started to see these things in all the different levels that they were being communicated. And what that meant is that I was able to look at the press in a different way. And I went back to some of the commentary that I was reading in the Financial Times, in the New York Times, in the Wall Street Journal, and you have a totally different perspective because you read these pieces and you say, well, how can they write this stuff? They don't actually understand the fact that, in Thailand, for example, you can go to prison for buying a vaping device. Whereas in the UK, you can buy one online and use it freely. It's not a single playing field. And yet, when you read a newspaper or you go online and you read the press about some of these things, you would think that the entire country, the entire world is one country and one regulatory authority. And so there's a real lack of understanding of the complexity, I think, in amongst many, many journalists about the corporate world. And I think that's one of the things that I became most accustomed to when I joined.
Yeah, it's actually a really good question. I find myself like a cheerleader almost for the company because I wanted to do well, right? I want there to be, even though I don't work on the press side, I'm very close to it, right? I'm not putting the media releases out, but I want it to be reflected in a good light, which is interesting from journalism, because in journalism you're writing the story, you're getting the story out, whether it's good, bad, whatever. Here you become like a fan, right, of the company, and you're like in it to win it, right? Like for example, with Merck, we were in the running for a COVID-19 antiviral. This could have been, have major impact on people who are immunocompromised, for example. So I was like on the edge of my seat waiting for the FDA to approve it, for example, and everything. So I'm watching very closely about how it's covered in the Times and the Wall Street Journal. So it's a very different lens by which you're looking at it. One other thing I'll say is working in a newsroom, I feel like I was so on top of everything that was going on. Even if my beat was entertainment, I knew it was going on in politics, sports, culture, everything. But working at a company, a corporation, you're really living in that space. Everything I do most of the day is Merck. So that was a big adjustment for me, working at just a corporation.
I know the question wasn't for me, but
Yeah.
I'll just add one thing that Mark's comment made me think about is that I agree that there tends to be a lack of understanding of the nuances and of just how things work in a corporate world. And I'm not, yes, sometimes of the coverage I see of tech, I think is unfair. I'm actually fine with that. I think we need, the world needs that adversarial relationship. And I think that if anything, I want to see more critical coverage of tech. And having seen it from the inside, I have a lot of issues with it. Actually, issues I have, I think, are more subtle than a lot of the coverage that I'm seeing. And I actually think, I'm not a big fan of, the revolving doors between industry, working in industry and covering the industry. But at the same time, I don't understand how you can cover tech without understanding from the inside how these companies work, because the incentives are so subtle, and the people who, build the things that you might disagree with at Facebook, I promise you they believe they're really doing the right things, and it's just so easy to cover it as like evil versus good. But actually, it's so much more complex, and only once you've worked on the inside do you understand the systems, and that is our job as journalists, is to understand systemic issues and fight the black and white, the simplistic explanations. And so I think an experience of working inside the corporate world should be a requirement to covering the corporate world. You're just never going to understand it, even as an excellent reporter, if you only ever see it from the outside.
I think that the challenge here, the reality is that once journalists enter the corporate world, it's very hard to leave, right? It's in terms of compensation, career path, all of these things that we've been talking about.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of lovely incentives that are hard to give up, but there's plenty. There's plenty to make you want to. I left, and there's plenty to make you want to go back to the news world. I didn't leave it entirely, but. Yes, the compensation is definitely problematic, and the way that you're treated as a human being as well, it actually can be nicer outside. But there's so much excellent work to be done as well in journalism that I think that's a big incentive.
One of the things that Mark and I were talking about before is this idea, there's this kind of perception that when you go into the corporate world, you're creating content with an agenda. And as we've just been saying, oftentimes journalists are actually creating content with an agenda, which is, hold power to account. but what you end up losing sometimes are the nuances to the actual story. And like you were saying before, Mark, just because a company makes a profit doesn't make that necessarily a bad thing. There could have been good business decisions that were made that led to that profit. So it's an interesting, parallel to see that there are agendas, whether you're in a newsroom or out.
Yeah. I mean, I think profit is a dirty word for a lot of journalists, and it shouldn't be. The world is governed by profit and loss, and whether we like it or not, media is a business in itself, and it's governed by profit and loss. Your readers can desert you, your audiences can desert you. They find something better. We live in a competitive landscape, and we need to work with that and be mindful of that, and think of ways of incentivizing. And actually, I think that kind of incentivization culture within the corporate world, if you can bring a little bit of that into your media business, you're that much better for it, frankly, because it galvanizes your team, it galvanizes the audience, it gives a sense of purpose to everyone. So, I think there are a lot of lessons there,
Yeah, I think we lie to ourselves a lot in journalism if we think we're not working for corporations. I mean, News Corp is a corporation, Reach is a corporation, I know The Guardian is a trust, a nonprofit, but it's kind of a corporation as well. The BBC is a public corporation. We, for decades, have talked about this wall between business and editorial. I think mainly what that has done is create generations of journalists completely unprepared for the realities of an industry that is a business, and a sort of covering business. And if anything, I have seen more ethical compromissions when I was working in a newspaper. I have felt the freest and the most uncompromised in my work as a journalist in the years that I spent at LinkedIn. And the best guarantee of independence is financial security and financial independence. And so if we have struggling businesses, we're not going to dare lose an advertiser, and we're not going to do the coverage that we should be doing.
Right.
So building those business skills, having healthy corporations is the best assurance of good journalism.
I'd love to hear from you guys. Does anybody have any questions out here for us? Well, not for me, but for these ones. We've got a bit more time, so do jump in if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Hey, Gary. Thanks for the show. Just wanted to ask, for those who are looking at these jobs that never existed before, you're scraping the ads and you suddenly look at the description and go, I get it. It's a combination of a lot of skill sets that I think I have, but I've never seen it all in one place before. So how would you advise people to approach that? And if a recruiter is watching this, what would you like them to do differently in finding talent in the corporate world from journalism?
Did everybody hear the question? Okay, so the question was, when you've got a whole bunch of skills that you might have built up in your job as a journalist, all of a sudden presented together in a role in the corporate world. I lost it. I'm going to need you to repeat that one. Sorry. I got the last bit, though, about what advice would you give to a recruiter?
Really just to kind of give some tips for people who are interested
How would you?
in the transition. Like, how should you approach these jobs if you've never seen it packaged in such a way?
Okay. So practical tips for how do you approach jumping into the corporate world if you've never seen a job packaged like that before?
So one tip, and that's personal experience of mine, as I said to you, I had a personal reason to join, and I think we all have personal interests. Some of you will have a health interest, a technology interest, a science interest, just as you have as journalists. And I would think to yourself, if you do have that sort of specialism or that focus to your journalistic sort of endeavor, what companies are out there that might fit that bill, and sort of almost turn it on its head. So for me, I had a real passion when it came to public health, but I didn't want to just go to a company that sort of promoted public health. I wanted to try and look for something that paradoxically was directed at public health, but from another direction, and hence where I ended up. But for other people, it might be, climate change, and you could be thinking about the renewable industry. There are a lot of jobs out there, for example, at the moment, because it's such a growth area, around electric vehicles, around electric charging, around the technology. Lots and lots of businesses. I was approached by one just the other day, looking for journalists to work in-house in a content team, building their corporate messaging around that. So, again, if you've worked in a field as a journalist covering climate or covering sustainability issues, you're looking for companies that are building content operations and communications operations, and therefore seeking journalists with that kind of interest. I think the interest is the key thing here. That'd be my tip, anyway.
I think also perhaps take the time to sit down and take a look at what your skills are, because you might think of yourself as, oh, I'm a reporter, I'm an editor. Well, what does that mean in terms of skill? Okay, you're able to do research, you're good with people, you're good at synthesizing information, you're a good writer. We underestimate that, but I promise you most people cannot write. They cannot make one sensical paragraph. I promise you. So that is incredibly valuable. Maybe you're a visual journalist, maybe you're a data journalist. What are those skills that you have? And so then instead of introducing yourself as just, oh, I'm a reporter, well, instead, here's the skill set I have. I'm great at researching, writing, storytelling, putting data together, whatever it is. And so kind of just reframing in a way how you think about your skills and how you introduce your skills to the world, and that's going to suddenly really broaden the array of roles that you realize that you're available and capable for. And I strongly recommend, even when you're not in active job search, as just professional hygiene, regularly, keeping job alerts, looking at what's out there, because you really don't know what you want or what you're ready for until something just kind of lights up, and it's just looking at a lot of what's out there and continuing to have conversations.
Yeah, I think, and then all of the above, and of course, using your network and being here, talking to people. I think that a lot of 5 years ago, I wouldn't even known that a job like this really existed. And with someone with my background, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm perfect for this job, and I didn't even know it. So just kind of keeping an open mind. On the flip side, hopefully recruiters can also keep an open mind. And I think the fact that they kept an open mind with me, I had no pharmaceutical or healthcare background. I was an entertainment writer, but they loved what I could bring to the table. And so hopefully the recruiters aren't looking for a unicorn, looking for someone who can really leverage and flesh out their skill sets.
I think we've got time for one more question, if there is a question here. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Right.
Great job, kid. Nice.
Gelato time?
Yeah, it was fun. Really fun. That was great. Yeah, and the people seemed like they were watching.
Not too many curveballs.
No, that was great. That was great. You asked really good questions, and I saw you really had zero notes, so I'm very impressed.
No, they were hiding on my phone. I crowdsourced the questions at all the dinners that I've been at.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Cool. Thanks for having me.
Just
the fact that I have this experience, I got to find a weasel my way in next year. I got to find a way to get in.
Once you've been, you can't not come back.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, how can I parlay Amazon Music to send me?
So Amazon has been a sponsor in the past.
Okay, so there you have it. So maybe they'll be back next year. Look at the kiddos. Great. Well, I'll definitely see you at dinner later for sure. Just send me if you don't mind, just chat me the name of it. Yeah.
Hi, sweetie. Do you want to come around? Do you want to stand on stage? Do you want to come?
Yeah, yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Yes, I did. It was a pleasure.
I'm so glad I got to meet you. Are you sticking around today? Or?
Yeah, I'm around till Sunday.
Okay, you got it.
I have a coffee meeting now.
Awesome.
On a half
Okay,
hour.
good. So I hope to see you at some point. And Garrett, I'll see you later for sure. Okay?
I've got plans.
Thank you very much.
I think I'm joining Jasper's dinner
Okay.
reservation tonight.
Okay, so we'll see you at drinks or something, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, but we still wait for the official starting time because there might be people joining us from the stream online, so that's why it takes till 10 minutes to read something or enjoy yourself.
We can start doing a pub quiz or something, you know. do something fun. Fergus is going to start a Mexican wave.
We're allowed to start. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for joining our session on newsroom innovation in the new normal. And as you can see, it's a bit a strange normal because we're all spaced out here in this room. I'm Ezra Eamon. I'm the change director editorial at Media House, a media group active in Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Ireland, and Germany. And I'm mainly tasked with looking how we prepare our newsrooms for the future and supporting that transition with both technology and knowledge. And I'll be the modest moderator of this panel, and I'm joined with a brilliant panel here. Next to me we have Justina Kurczkabinska. Sorry. Senior Manager of News Strategy and Development at the European Broadcasting Union. And she's leading and shaping quite some exciting new news projects together with public broadcasters across Europe. And before that, she was head of the Eurovision News Exchange. And next to her, we have Fergus Bell, founder and CEO of Fathom, an independent news lab, agency and consultancy based in the UK that supports newsrooms bringing their ideas to reality. He's passionate about the future of journalism and fighting the threat of misinformation. And Fergus is also a board member of the Online News Association. And then finally, we have Jane Barrett, global editor media news strategy at Reuters, and before that, global head of multimedia at Reuters. She led the digital transformation of the Reuters newsroom and works across global teams of almost everything: product, marketing, business development, and she's also a board member at the World Editor Forum. So to give you a bit of context on the panel, the idea is to really have an open conversation about newsroom innovation and what that means in the new post-pandemic normal. And the word newsroom is deliberately placed in that title there because we want to talk about innovation in and with the newsroom, rather than innovation that happens somewhere outside and somewhere else in the organization. And the starting point is, I think, the realization that we have seen a tremendous acceleration of new ways of working, experimentation, as well as innovation these last 2 years. Much of that was very pragmatic and tactical. Suddenly, the old workflows and the ways of working didn't apply anymore, and we had to kind of overnight, newsrooms needed to shift to new ways of working and to new realities. But it also fueled new formats, new products, new collaborations. And so I'm very interested to hear a bit more about that from the panel, how they approached innovation during that period, but also what of that can we learn to the future. How will innovation change in that post-pandemic landscape? What are the conditions that we need for innovation? How do we fund it? How do we collaborate in the future? So that are some of the questions that we will tackle in the conversation. But I'll start with a simple question to all of you. How do you define innovation in your organization? And how does that manifest itself concretely? And I might start with Jane. Just what does it mean for you?
So I tend to see innovation kind of in three main buckets. And so the first bucket is really is our newsroom going to start to do something that actually already exists out in the wild? So, for example, we've seen over these last few years lots of media organizations getting into newsletter strategies or audio strategies, TikTok strategies now. So it's something that's out there already, but you're trying to work out how to bring that new thing into your newsroom. The second main bucket I look at is really changing what we do and how we do it. So really, I mean, this was the big bucket for the pandemic. Everyone became an innovator during the pandemic. We suddenly had to very much change how we were working and what we were doing, how we were delivering news. And we can get into some of the examples of this later. So the first one's sort of, bringing something in that already exists. Second one, changing what we do and how we do it. And then the third one is inventing something completely new. And I don't know if people in this room have the joy of knowing Nidal Salah El-Din, who's now at Axel Springer, but she calls these the glitter ponies. And they're the sort of the new bright and shiny thing that comes in, and everyone goes, "Ooh, exciting." And into that bucket I would put, for example, artificial intelligence. How are we going to use AI in news? It will come our way, absolutely, and we're absolutely right to be thinking about it. But what tends to happen with the glitter ponies, or the totally new things, is that they get a lot of attention, they get a lot of management attention. PR gets very excited about talking about them. But actually, they're the very, very hard lifts, and they're very often the sort of the longer term lifts. And so I would say that we absolutely need to be doing those, but not at the expense of paying attention to those first two buckets as well. So that's how I tend to frame innovation.
And very concretely, certainly in that first bucket, what does it mean at Reuters?
Yeah, so at Reuters, of course, we are a big agency. The vast majority of our clients are B2B clients, but we do have a B2C area, or a B2P, because we do call them professionals rather than consumers. And so there's a lot of stuff that we're doing in that area. So, for example, with newsletters, we just rolled out this last week. Those of you who are active on LinkedIn might have seen, but we've just rolled out a new autos newsletter. We are playing around with some different new forms of audio, and also maybe a little bit older, but we can get into this, but so 2 years old now, moving into events. Oh. So kind of new business lines, new products that we didn't have before, but were actually out there already, but we've now adopted and we're doing them the Reuters way.
Thanks. Fergus, do you kind of recognize those three buckets? Because I guess you work together with companies, media companies, and you need a common understanding of what innovation means if you want to work with them?
Yeah, so my buckets are aligned but slightly different, because I'm a little bit different to the other panelists because I work with media companies rather than in media companies. So as a small organization, we're a consultancy and agency that only work with news and media. The very first thing that I ask is, how do we pay for it? Because that's really important for me, and it takes a lot of spreadsheets and kind of scenario testing to work out if we're going to do something. And we decided early on that in order to innovate in the news industry, we needed to innovate ourselves. And so we actually just launched something that I spoke about the other day, and we're creating a kind of automatic tool for video creation. We self-funded that to begin with. We got that to a certain point, and then we were able to use that as a proof of concept to get a grant, and then our strategy was to use that grant to get to the point where we could have paying newsrooms pay for it. And that was a process that we really had to map out. And it's quite stressful, and we spend a long time doing projections whether we can afford to do this. The next thing that we think about in terms of innovation is, can we do this ourselves, or do we need to bring in resource? And I'm aware that when we're innovating, we need to think about whether we're going to bring in people, but also as an organization that gets brought in to other organizations, what is the reason why we might be requested to come in and support that? And so we think about what our capacity is. Do we have the skills and experience? Should we spend on the experience because we don't have that ourselves? And then there's more practical things like, if we keep it in-house, then we are more sure about the IP implications. If we create something and it's done by our employees, then that's going to be safer down the line and ultimately serve our clients better. So that's the kind of second consideration. The third consideration we have for innovation is, are we better off doing this collaboratively? And there are two main advantages to that. You spread the cost, going back to the first thing, which is really important to us, but also you get multi-stakeholder buy-in. So people feel an ownership of it, and you've got more people wanting it to succeed. And that really helps. So a few years ago, I launched an initiative called Pop-Up Newsroom, and our motto for that was innovation through collaboration. That collaborative process allowed us to push things forward so much faster because we had so many inputs and so many people wanting it to succeed that it was a really great model, and we got to do brand new things that no one had done before. And then the fourth thing is, am I confident enough to stick my neck out with this innovation? So I guess that's the glitter pony thing for me. I know that something is, I've done my research, I've spent a lot of time doing spreadsheets, I've paid experts to do some due diligence research on something that I think we should be doing. At what point do I make that decision, even if I'm the first one to do it? And yesterday I was talking about our direct publishing work. No one else is doing that, but the spreadsheets told us that we should invest in doing that to try and just kickstart that innovation. So it's 4 questions for us around innovation.
And I would say an excellent bridge to Justina, because you've collaborated on and you're currently collaborating on some innovative projects with multiple stakeholders. I would say a lot of public broadcasters. How do you get them to invest in those kind of projects?
Thank you, Ezra. First, I would like to start by saying that when I met you many years ago, you were the head of the lab at the News Lab at VRT. And I was thinking this morning, you know, we all have HR units in our companies. And I think that we are at the stage of development where there shouldn't be a company which doesn't have a lab. Because how are you to survive in the changing world if you don't have that place that is thinking? It doesn't mean that it's limited only, you know, to this place. And one of the things we also discussed back when we were working together was like, you know, how do we convince others? And I think we will be doing this. But I was thinking that in a way, you know, you can make a reference to the motivations that we have. And it's very easy to think about it because you can say, well, there is a pure biological survival need, and we all have this survival need. We need to survive. We need our companies to survive. So we need to innovate. That's a very, you know, that's a very basic way, sometimes maybe very crude, but we have to face it. That's the reality. Then there is a very, I would say, social part, social motivation, where you do certain things because it's easier, because they facilitate. And then you have, as Jane said, the big ideas that can, you know, seduce and maybe change the world. And they are more kind of cognitive on a different level. And then they take much, much more effort. So this would be like a general perspective of the innovation, and of course I'm happy to go into our...
Yeah, I wanted to ask, you brought an example of a current project you're working on that might be considered already a big idea that you worked on together, something you might want to show us.
Thank you very much for letting me to tell you the story. So I'll take a few minutes to tell you the story of the innovation that we have, and I'm sure there will be elements that we will be discussing together that we faced. So this project is called the European Perspective, and basically it's a kind of a box that you can see here that shows the stories on front pages of public service media. So if you go to RAI, you will find this banner. If you go to RTE, the Irish National Public Broadcaster, and what it does, it brings stories from other public service media. And we have 11, you have logos of these public service media. What was amazing is, unlike for public service media, which is considered a bit of a sometimes Jurassic Park, slow machines, very bureaucratic, we have actually had an idea and we built this thing in 5 months. And I was really scared. We were supposed to launch on the 1st of July, and you know what? Everybody was ready the day before, which was really, really amazing for us. And I think the second thing was the fact that we did it all remotely. When we started the project, it was the outset of COVID when we started talking about it. So we had the first hybrid meeting, and then we finished 2 years later with the first in-person hybrid meeting last week in Brussels. So this was really pretty amazing that we've managed to somehow create something. But we also had a very good context, and I think this was one of the successes, because when we were floating these ideas 5 years ago among editors-in-chief, they were like so focused on the national agenda that there was, why do you want to put a story from Swedish radio on my France Info website? Or we still haven't managed to convince BBC, maybe one day, but it was like, no. But of course, COVID made it different, and everything that happened after COVID, and especially now, all the stories that are happening around make the case for sharing news between media organizations and definitely between public service media. So very quickly, how does it work? So here you have an example. We have stories, online stories integrated. This is an online stories exchange. This is a story from the Swedish radio, from the local station. And we decided, their editor recommended this story. This was a story about test drones delivering COVID-19 kit tests in the rural north of Sweden. And this story landed on the France Info main website. How it works, we work with AI, so it means that all the stories which come in different languages are translated automatically into English, but of course AI is not perfect. And we discovered, for example, that when we launched the European recommendation box or the European perspective, we discovered on one of our members, I won't tell which one, a first big fault which said naked Merkel, so they quickly corrected this. So therefore, in our workflow, we still have human who has to verify that that the translation is editorially correct. So you have Swedish radio English version that is verified by a human, and then it's translated normally by a human into language of the destination country. You can read it in French on France Info, but you can of course also go to the original website if you are a Swedish speaker in France. So, great idea, isn't it? We've managed to gather all these people who created and worked with us. We have managed to convince quite a lot of top management in our companies, but when it comes to the newsroom, this is what it is. It's very, very hard, because these people, in most cases, are making it on top of their own other tasks, and they are extremely busy with COVID, with the war in Ukraine, and hopefully we'll talk about it a little bit more. Well, you just have to share it, you have to educate. We rely on our members educating and spreading the news, and probably the easiest way is sometimes very simple, very personal. So this is an example, you might not see it, but this is an email from a colleague from the Swiss Info who says to his colleague, well, listen, your story, Swiss Info publishes in 9 languages their online news, and he says your story has been picked up by several public service media and is now displayed on other front pages. So that was pretty good. Okay, so we had all this, period when we created, we came from the idea, but then, of course, the question is, so what are audiences thinking about it? And we are still in the process of doing audience research, but when we got some feedback from YLE, that was something that we kind of really, we could have dreamt about. And I think that later we heard a bit more. We also did a focus group with the Cardiff University, and it was pretty much the same. I only chose two. There was, of course, some criticism as well, so not everything was positive. But I think this was the essence of the value, is that it's actually really cool to see stories from Europe with local flavor, and maybe not just international news full of also news from US or general global news. And I'm almost finishing there. So I think the project is about the flavors, the different stories. And there is so much we have to share. You see the champagne, you see the Guinness. We all know it's not the time, to drink Guinness or to champagne. The stories that are happening around us are very sad. And sometimes when you do innovation, you get tired. We go through hundreds of bureaucratic processes, convincing people, helping our members, convincing their countries. But sometimes you have these moments which are really, really powerful and emotional. And I had one 2 days ago. We went to RAI, the public broadcaster in Italy. We're trying to make sure and convince them that they stay in the next phase of the project, which will continue with additional EU funding. And I spoke to the lady, Laura Aprati. You can see her here at the bottom with a colleague, where you see two faces. This is the older lady. And she says, Justina, I was just producing a story. She works for the RAI Newsroom. Online is almost over 40 people. And she says, I've just been producing a story about Sarajevo. I was a reporter in Sarajevo and other war zones. And she says, I'm going to fight for this project because we cannot lose democracy. And people and citizens in Europe have to understand one another. And I believe that this really helps it. And we are in this moment in time. And this was this was something that gave me an extra power, to think about, again, the seductive, the cognitive aspect of this project. And to know that all these people, as I said, that we finally met after 2 years in Brussels, believe in this project is something that gives energy. And it's really nice to be all together and feel the energy together again.
Thank you. And it's interesting how many aspects of the puzzle that we wanted to put together today are mentioned. It's believing in that idea and doing that collectively, certainly if you want to collaborate with a lot of different companies. Doing that in a very difficult period of the pandemic, hybrid, and finding new ways to work that together. But then at the end also delivering value and feeling that you achieved something together. So thank you for sharing it. I want to ask you to also bring the last slide on the screen, because what I forgot to mention is you can ask questions, but the easy thing to do is if you use slido.com and there's this hashtag 089680, and then I'll see questions popping up here, and then I'll use them later for the panel. I quickly wanted to pick one idea out of what you told, was like how difficult it sometimes is to bring innovation in the newsroom, because the day-to-day is so much pressuring onto them, and most of the times they also feel like these are not our ideas. You came with an idea and then you try to sell it to us, and it's certainly something that currently at Media House. It was also a realization. We have an innovation manager, and most of the time he has funding opportunities like Horizon 2020 programs, or Google comes with innovation funding, and then we have to find some sponsor in the newsroom that really wants to collaborate on that. And we start to define new ways to empower the newsroom themselves to come with ideas. So we're currently setting up and trying to set up a Media House innovation fund that's really there for the newsroom. So we define challenges that are strategically important for us, like how might we deliver new ways of storytelling that really meet user needs, but we want the newsrooms to think about it and come up with ideas. And we hope that that will spur innovation bottom up rather than top down or from the outside. So I don't know if you can relate to that and how you work and bring in innovation in the newsroom. Maybe Jane?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really, really good point, and I think we all everyone in this room who works in a newsroom, I'm sure, has absolutely no flex, right? We're all working at 110% all the time, and it's pretty exhausting. But I think there are a couple of things. If we go back to my second bucket, as I was talking about what we do and how we do it, one of the things that I find is really useful is to tap into the exhaustion and to the slightly negative feelings, and then really engage people on how can we make this better. So I had a brilliant colleague in a job about 10 years ago now called Mark, and he would come to me with so many complaints, and I'd look up at him with a sort of expectant look. He said, "Oh, I know, bring me a solution, don't bring me a problem." And that was kind of our constant sort of conversation. It was like, okay, we know that this is a problem, so how can we solve it together? And I think by engaging people, by hearing their problems and really appreciating them. I mean, like most people just don't complain just for the sake of it. There are things to complain about in a newsroom. But really engaging them on the problem and then engaging them on the solution, I think is a really, really helpful thing. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. So one issue is around tools. So many people are complaining about, the spread of email, and you had to be in on all these emails, otherwise you wouldn't know. And what could we bring in? Could we bring in Slack? But Thomson Reuters wasn't happy with the security on Slack. We then actually worked with Microsoft to improve Teams to be able to do the things that we wanted to be able to do in our newsroom. And with all the collaboration tools, none of them is perfect yet. But it was actually really interesting because you actually harnessed some energy, even if it was negative energy. We harnessed that energy in the newsroom, and then we were able to use that to find a solution both in-house, but then also with an external provider as big as Microsoft. And they were delighted to have sort of frustrated users really help them to shape something. So it was something that came up grassroots and ended up going up to one of the biggest companies in the world. And then the second example I would give is that during the pandemic, particularly after the death of George Floyd, there was a lot of frustration in the newsroom about our sourcing. And I was kind of aware of it, but it really bubbled up. It was like somebody was just turning up the heat under this frustration. And so again, going back to okay, so how are we going to solve this together? It became that actually there was this grassroots movement of about a dozen people who really, really want to work on looking at how we're sourcing, whose stories are we telling, whose perspectives are we giving on a big story, how are we doing that? What I love about it is that it's something that the management really feels strongly about, but we'd done a couple of things that were top-down, and they were kind of getting stuck. But when it comes grassroots up, it actually has more power. Like, it shifts the inertia of a newsroom. And what I found with that is that it's great to have the passion in the newsroom. It's brilliant. I love being a journalist because we're all so passionate. But it's great to have the passion of the newsroom. But what I find is that the passion goes nowhere unless you can give it a process and then you can give it a push. So like all of this passion about sourcing, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. But well, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to measure it? What are we going to look at? We can't look at the entire file. We write the equivalent of a Bible every day. Like, how are we going to cut it up? And by helping people to think about the how we're going to do this, they then learn some innovation tools and techniques that, like Fergus has been speaking about, and I'm sure will give us some more tips. But you're passing on those skills. You're building that capability of thinking. But again, people are busy, so they're very excited about it, and then it sort of starts to drift down. And so then you have to give it a push. So you take their passion, you give them a process, and then you keep on pushing.
So how do you capture that? Like when is a problem or a need big enough for you to start thinking about new solutions?
That's a really good idea. I mean, gosh, if you took everybody's ideas that came up, you'd just be spinning around in circles every day. I think it's about sort of, if there's a match between what's coming up from the grassroots and something that we can see from the sort of the editorial leadership position, if there's a match, then that's usually a really good sign. That's probably a green light for it. And if we believe that it's important for our audiences and our clients. So you want to make sure that it's fitting, like there's a passion in the newsroom, there's a need in the newsroom. We see that, yes, it's something that we should spend some time doing, and it's going to have an impact for our clients and our audience. Yeah. There are lots of other ideas that are not so big, and frankly, it's like, great, yeah, get on with it. And then if they get on with it, they do, and if they don't, then they don't. But we're not going to sort of put that energy and the management time and effort in. Yeah. But I think if there's that match of those three pieces, then it gets some attention.
Fergus, how do you bridge that? Because I imagine it's not the newsroom knocking on your door. It's always like a senior manager or an executive who might knock on your door and say, like, hey, we have a problem here. Can you help us? How do you make sure that then ends up and lands in the newsroom and is accepted there?
So it's very frustrating being on these panels when you agree with everyone. I agree with everything that Jane just said. I was trying to find something
I'll come with some
to disagree with. So I think it's about, some people are worried about innovation work, or they don't, and our experience working with newsrooms is they definitely don't want to do something that is completely open-ended. They need to see the end. And I think that's the same for staff and the people that are involved in it. So as Jane mentioned process, I'd also written down that we have to agree the structures and process for innovation up front, and that means talking to the executives, but it also means having the more junior people in the room, the practitioners in the room, and telling them, this is the process that we're going to go through, this is why we're doing it, and they will be bought into it, hopefully, because they will have had something to say. And then we get to this point where you start to build something that you should rather than something that you want. And so one of the structures and processes that we do with anyone that we're working with, whether they're a client or a collaborator, is we get everyone in the room to think about their stakeholders. And we use this kind of adapted version of design thinking to map out all of the stakeholders that they want to work for. And 9 out of 10 times, maybe 10 out of 10 times, they will forget the audience as one of their stakeholders. And it's fascinating. We can kind of prepare sessions around the fact that they're going to forget it. And as soon as we start to talk about the audience as a stakeholder, and then we talk about the things that are possible, we're able to link back to the person who needs this. So wow, this is a great idea, and I'm sure you really want to do that, but how does it serve that audience member that you identified before? And there's no resentment then if someone comes up with an idea that sounds amazing, but actually there's no use case for it. And so, but you can only really get that trust from the people involved if you set out the process in advance, and they can therefore have a little bit of patience with you because they know where you're going with this and the point you're going to get to. And also don't make these sessions really long, like 90 minutes and then at a time, max.
Yeah. And how has this changed during the pandemic and maybe after? Because I guess you couldn't enter newsrooms anymore. You couldn't physically kind of convince people in a room. Certainly, I guess from your perspective, that's not making it easier.
So we started Fathom in November 2019, and we really only got going just as the pandemic hit. And I think we used to pride ourselves on being kind of energetic and facilitating really nice projects in a room. We try to translate that to a digital space. We use Miro a lot for that work. It's a bit awkward because someone that I'm going to use an example, I know they're in the room now, is that one thing we do, instead of running a day-long event with someone, we set up a Miro board, we start populating it, and then our collaborators, we say, okay, we've built the board, we've got the parameters, fill it in your own time, and we can come back later on and see where you are. Like, you can just keep coming back.
Kind of asynchronous.
Yeah, and we explain the process again, and it just gives people that breathing space.
Yeah, just I guess the same question for you. How do you keep momentum when you don't have like physical meetings and you have these hybrid things that kind of flow in and flow out?
I think that what Fergus said was key. It's building the trust. And as I said, honestly, we had only one hybrid meeting in March 2020, and then we had first proper in-person meeting in 2022 March. So everything was online. It was much harder to build trust between all the people, and of course the collaboration was different because we were talking about different newsrooms and different needs and different speeds in digital innovation and different amounts of funding. But again, I think what was very important and what Jane also said is really talking and understanding people. So there was much more talking, a lot of individual conversations, apart from the group conversations or smaller conversations. And it takes longer, but it's possible to build the trust even in a, you know, in an online environment. But yeah, I think it's much faster and much more productive to innovate when you can see with people face into face. That is for sure.
I totally agree. I wish it wasn't. I wish that we had managed to crack sort of, you know, virtual collaboration. One of the things that I found, and just in case it's a useful tip, is when we are doing virtual collaboration, which we still actually have to do and kind of always did at Reuters because we've got people all over the world. So it's a very great privilege actually to have everybody in the same room. And you often get the best diversity of ideas if you don't. But one of the things that I learned, which was a real challenge for me, to be honest with you, is to be very comfortable with silence in a virtual room. And I found that really hard because I think, you know, when things go quiet on a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting, my natural inclination is to think that I've frozen or that people can't hear me or that somebody's muted or something. And actually what I found, so we did quite a big brainstorm around a really tricky, kind of a wicked problem that we have with our text file. And we got together lots of great brains from the tech team, from the product team, from editors, from reporters, and we had, yeah, the team was from everything from New York, Toronto, London, Bangalore, you know, a really big mixture of people. And you know, just putting this in my mind from what Fergus was saying about having a Miro board up. And actually, it was so helpful just to say, right, we just, you know, no one has to speak. Like for the next 10, 15 minutes, just think. Like we're all on, but you can turn your cameras off, but just think and put some stuff on the Miro board. And then what it allowed was for more of the quiet people, actually, to get a say. I was having a couple of little side chats with the people that I knew were more junior and probably weren't going to say anything. And it was so uncomfortable. And it was like the longest 10, 15 minutes, you know, of my team's existence. But actually, it was really important to, when you're face to face, you can look at each other, you can read each other's body language, you can vibe. And actually, it was turning that entirely on its head and saying everyone's at home by themselves. They can't lean in. So actually give them time to lean back.
What I also think is a very useful tip from Fergus is not to try to squeeze everything in the meetings themselves, because you have these innovation frameworks and you want to do step by step, but if you constrain it in a kind of Teams meeting, then suddenly you don't have the space to say, oh, let's take a bit more time here. And you feel very constrained by the 1 hour window that you have agreed on, or the 2 hour window. While if you say, just take some time and let's come back on that and space that a bit more out like you would normally do in a physical meeting, I feel that's also very important. Are there any other things that you would take away or take to the future of innovation in your newsroom from that pandemic period?
Can I just say one thing on the kind of virtual meetings? And I think one of the actual positive things around the virtual innovation kind of meetings or workshops is we can do breakouts. And so you can, when you would be in a normal room and you might, you know, get people to go into a different corner or something, actually breakout rooms are really handy for innovation. And we often give the same task to different rooms, and they independently will go off in a completely different direction, and then we can all quickly come back. No one's going to go to the toilet and, you know, get a cup of tea or check their emails or go for another meeting. We bring everyone back from the breakout rooms, and we can just quickly debrief and pick out of 4 ideas from the same brief. And I think that's been a really nice experience that we would certainly take forward. Even
so would you would keep that kind of
I'd like
part
to
of your
work out how
process.
to build that into the physical spaces again, so that we can, because that was just really positive, and it gives that opportunity for people who are quieter to speak in smaller rooms, and they're not feeling like they have to speak up in front of everyone, and actually it feels a little bit more equal and democratic.
I think just the one other thing I would take away from the pandemic is a sense of urgency. We kind of went into like emergency situation. It's like, oh my God, you know, and I found that internally, but actually also externally from our clients. like newsrooms all around the world were going into an emergency situation. And it was really interesting that really big clients of ours, big broadcasters particularly, who had been thoroughly reliant on Reuters content coming into their internal systems. So they suddenly couldn't use their internal systems because they were very heavy, they were on desktop, suddenly everyone was at home and everything. And we had been pushing for a few years, like maybe 2-3 years, Reuters Connect, which is the web platform where you can come in and find all of our content. Sorry, this isn't a sales push, but it's just an interesting story. But we've been trying to get people to sign up. There's no extra cost. You're already a client. Like, you can have as many logons as you want. But lots of the big broadcasters had really just like, no, that's going to be too confusing for people, la, la, la. And then all of a sudden, like in Britain, March the 24th, the phone starts going, like, what do we do? Everyone's at home. And so actually there was a sense of urgency coming at us from outside. And luckily, we were well placed to go, we have a solution, here you go, like, sign up here, you're sorted out in 15 minutes, we've got you done. But I think that sense of urgency and that, I hope we don't go back into an emergency situation, but I think very often innovation gets put on the important pile and not on the urgent pile. And then suddenly it becomes urgent, and if you haven't done all the work that we're talking about, it's very hard to spin it up. I mean, the fact that Justina managed to pull that up together in 5 months is astounding. But like, you know, that sense of we've got to do it. This is an important thing. Like, democracy is an important thing, but actually, at what point does it become an urgent thing?
I find that a fascinating word, urgent, because it's also the word that you hear most in newsrooms, like innovation has to wait because there's something urgent happening now. So you might want to replace that. Well, actually, innovation is also urgent. But coming back to some of the challenges that are ahead, and it's certainly, as we can all feel it, budgets will be under pressure coming up. And then I guess you will again have that narrative of, we'll first have to fix the business of today rather than trying to innovate for tomorrow. How do you see your organization tackle that?
I wanted also to go back a little bit, step back to what you said, Ezra, is the pandemic period and what does it mean for us now. And I wanted to say that we also had an amazing experience because we had calls, every 2 weeks we had calls with editors-in-chief to see how they are dealing in their newsrooms. I mean, we have a newsroom in Geneva, we created parallel newsrooms, we had a core team working in the newsroom, and the rest of the people were working remotely. There were newsrooms which were able to work entirely remotely. There were newsrooms who were working, who closed themselves, for example, and had 2-week shifts, like I think it was ORF in Austria. So everybody was doing things differently. And it was just really fascinating. There was no one recipe. It depended on the systems you had. It depended on the culture, on the gravity of the situation. What was amazing is that the innovation and learning the digital tools and coming up with so many solutions in such an amazing short time, this I think is something which benefits us today, and it will help, I think, to face challenges and accelerate. And we don't need to explain to people anymore, this is the change, we need to do it. But I think what is important is that, and I'm sure you feel the same, everybody is exhausted. And everybody has been exhausted from COVID, and now we have the war in Ukraine, and you talked about the budget. The budgets are stretched. This puts extra budget stretch. And I think that that's why for us, who have the title, who have innovation in the title, that is very difficult. Because as you say, the people are very, very tired. And I think that we have to now be very careful how we balance it. We are tired as well, because we are all learning. We have extra platforms, Telegram, Signals, Teams, WhatsApps. And we're learning how different people are responding. And I think personally that one of the biggest priorities now for us, apart from innovation, is to take a step back. How do you find place for reflection? How do you evaluate if your team has energy to breathe and innovate? Because otherwise they won't be able to accept. They went through such a energy, and speed of innovation. They're under news pressure now. So how do we disconnect to connect and be able to innovate? I think that that's the biggest challenge that
So
is facing the world.
Taking a step back to look at what we've done the last 2 years and maybe reflect on that and jump to the next one. On the budget, for example, I'm also curious if you have some ideas where we might get some extra fund for innovation.
So firstly, innovation doesn't always require money to do. You can make changes, and you can, another exercise that we do with people is we get them to list all of the resources that they've already got, the people that they've got, and how can we deliver this innovation with what we've already got and with the capacity that we've got. So that person might even just have an hour a week to just work on this. Well, what can we do with that? I also think it's important to spot a moment of innovation. So we've been doing some work with fact checkers and the WHO in Africa, and to create highly visual content for to counter vaccine and COVID misinformation on social platforms. We started this work and we designed it, and all of a sudden we realized that it was pretty successful. And with a team of 2 people, we reached 150 million people with this content. A little bit of boosting there, but like we reached a lot of people. And we continued doing it, and we worked with some other people, and this content has now reached 350 million people. And so we thought we're doing something right here. Perhaps this is the area where we should be exploring some more innovation. And then we applied for a really small government grant in the UK that would just allow us to do the next part of that, just the bit that we couldn't self-fund. And then that's how we keep going. But it wasn't a whiteboarded moment, it was a serendipitous.
Yeah. And smaller experiments and learning from that and then growing from there.
Yeah.
Is that something you recognize, or has Reuters like a big chunk of, or a big pile of money for innovation?
I wish. I keep on putting my hand down the sofa, hoping that I'm going to find $1 billion, you know. I think one of the issues is budget. But I mean, when I think about resources for any project, I think of 4 resources. So people, time, technology, and money. And any 4 of those, you can be in scarcity. Money always is the one that gets put to you first, but quite quickly you find out, we talked about people in time earlier on, and then technology can also be a real not necessarily a blocker, but something that's going to hold you back. And so I think, I think where we are now, and it fits in with what Justina was saying about the exhaustion, is that there's so much still to be done. Like, we've done so much, and therefore, the more you do, the more you see that you've got to do. And also, the more you've done, the more you're excited to do the next lot. But at the same time, in a big company like ours, there's now quite a backlog of stuff. The war in Ukraine has not helped us. We had a very big tech team in Ukraine and Russia. So what do you do there? How are we going to prioritize of all the things that we have on the wish list? How are we going to prioritize what's going to be the most impactful? And it might not be the glitter pony, it might be something, which is actually about plumbing. We launched a whole new architecture for our website last year, and it was a good year in the making. And people just think, well, I can put something on WordPress immediately. Like, why is it taking so long? Why are you being so slow? But in a big company...
Sorry, I recognize it, sorry.
But it was about totally and utterly rebuilding the architecture of the website, which most journalists don't give 2 hoots about. Like, what do you mean the architecture? What do you mean SEO architecture? What do you mean? Well, now they love it because they're getting so much more traffic from having good SEO. But, there's a lot of background product work that needs to be done. And there's a lot of frustration, I think, that, product and tech have to move along roadmaps, and they have lots of contingencies, and you do project management, and journalists come in, and I've got a fantastic idea, let's do it yesterday. So I think that's kind of one of the issues now, is like the resource crunch, the massive backlog, resource crunch across those 4 pieces, and yet lots and lots of ideas and the desire to get stuff done. So I think that's where we risk now sort of running into sort of boggy water.
Yeah, Fergus, go ahead. And then I want to go to a few questions that came in.
I wanted to ask Jane a question. When you have that backlog, do you have a clear process for the prioritization, and how do you communicate that so that people aren't kind of put off by the delay?
It's a really good question. I think it's something that we need to be working on a lot more. I think a lot of the unsexy innovation, a lot of the unsexy work, doesn't necessarily have to be innovation. It can actually just be, sort of clearing things up, can take a long, long time. And inevitably there are conflicting priorities, not just between product and editorial and sales and tech, but also between, for us, our financial B2B work, our agency work, our direct-to-consumer or direct-to-professional work. There are so many conflicting priorities, and I think actually it's a very good question, and I think our mark on that's probably lower than it should be. And actually having some sort of company-wide trust and transparency to be able to say, look, that's going to have to wait because we're doing this. And if there's a groundswell then of opinion that no, we need to do B rather than A, then we can revalue that and look at it. But I think communication is such a critical piece of innovation. And I think the bigger and more complex the organization and the stakeholders are, the more important it is and the more difficult it gets.
Yeah, and from my experience, certainly in certain product areas, there is always crunching points where everything comes together. So you will need to prioritize. You cannot just say, oh, let's do that separately or in different corners. No, it comes together because it needs to land in the product, or it needs to land in the CMS, or it needs to land somewhere else. I see some questions coming in, and I'll pick them here. One of them is, what are the big levers organizations need to pull to provide innovation projects the best chances of success? I don't know who of the three wants to answer that first.
We feel like the dragons. We don't know what the projects are about, so we can't really choose or judge. But I think that it will depend on the priorities in the organization, on how on the complexity or the need for the project. But it's really hard to answer. As long as the simplest way is to see, you have to show, especially if you're trying to pitch the project, is what problem you are solving and how quickly and easy you can solve that problem, because each organization in Newsroom has a problem, and if you can show that and demonstrate that, then of course people want their problems to be solved. So maybe that's the easiest answer.
My answer is, how are you going to pay for it?
But I think it's a very good question, because I think the levers that you pull are kind of critical to get it happening. And I think, in classic sort of innovation, not necessarily in media but elsewhere, people will talk about buy, build, or partner. So are you going to buy in expertise? You're going to partner with somebody else, or are you actually going to build it yourself? And I think that's kind of one of the first critical questions before you then decide what levers you're going to need. But I definitely think, sorry to be thoroughly agreeing with the other panelists, we should have more of a debate, but like having that idea of like, what problem are we trying to solve, I think is really critical. Or that's kind of like a deficiency gap, like what is going wrong that we want to make go right. I think then there's also a point that hopefully we'll get to again soon, where there's an aspiration gap. Where do we want to be in 3 to 5 years' time, and how do we get there? Because that's that's the smiley face innovation. And it doesn't have to be glitter pony, but it can be that sort of aspirational hope that drives things. But you do need to go back to those 4 things that I put as the resources.
How do you tackle resistance against innovation in the newsroom? Like, you better stay out. We don't need innovation here. We want to focus on the news of today. How do you tackle that? I don't know if there's anybody with experience here.
Sorry, I feel I'm talking quite a lot, but so I learned a brilliant tool for this when I was doing what was the Salzburger courses, now the Media Transformation Challenge. And it's a really simple 4-way matrix, a 4-box matrix of power and opinion. So who has power over what you're going to do, and what's their opinion? And so very often you might get the grumblers, but if they're not actually going to have any influence over the innovation product, then you can just ignore them. You know, like they're just noise, they're just annoying. So you kind of have to put your fingers in your ears and ignore them. If they're low power and they're low opinion, if they're high power and high opinion, brilliant, they're your influencers, they're your go-to people, they're the guys who are going to keep running, and you just want to empower them as much as possible, give them a bit of guidance and let them run, because it's much better for them to be running it than you. If they're high power but low opinion, I also tend to ignore them for a while. I kind of let's get ourselves going. And if they're high opinion and low power, then they're my allies. So like it might be like the editor-in-chief is really pro this. She has no power over how it happens, but she's really pro it. And if she mentions it in a couple of public meetings, then those people who are high power, low opinion will eventually realize that this is good for them to get on board. So I literally map people out and then work out, okay, who do I need? Who can help me get this thing done?
Yeah, it's a bit the idea of the coalition of the willing, and then also seeing who can actually influence.
I just add that, so I'm on the other side, which is going into newsrooms and dealing with people like Justine and Jane who may be thinking about doing something and doing the buying in. For us, go back to that point I made at the beginning, it has to be a finishable experience. That person, if they're taking something on, they have to know what the deliverable is and what the end is, and it can't just be open-ended engagement. So when we work with people, we say, we're going to do this, it will be this long, the engagement, and this will be the deliverable at the end of it. And that deliverable is something that you can use. If you want to do the next part of it, you'll have the tools to do that yourself, or we can help you if you had a good experience. But regardless, that first engagement is going to get you to the first step. And if someone doesn't want that, then they don't want it, and you can't push it because you're never going to succeed either. But just making sure that someone can always see the end, because I think otherwise they feel like they can spend so much money on something.
I think going back to what Jane said, you could also say that, identify or map the people and really kind of forget about the unable and unwilling. But if you are able to convince the able and unwilling, he can or she can become your biggest advocate, and that person can change a lot. Even more than the person who is able and willing, because they are up always for something. But if you can convince that person, then I think you can, convince the rest.
Is there like a secret message or storytelling that you can do for the gatekeepers, really, the people that can say yes or no to innovation? Like, in terms of how to convince those that really matter, the ones in power, the ones in influence that can make or break innovation? Is there like a secret message, a formula?
I don't know, it's a secret message. I think it's just communication, and understand who you're talking to. Understand what's going to get their heart beating. My editor-in-chief is such a big ideas person. So if I can sell her on the big idea, then she'll get excited about it and she'll just go, that sounds great. And then she'll be on to the next thing. Whereas my former editor-in-chief wanted to understand all of the details. And so I had to go to him with like a really solid project plan before he got excited about it. So I think that's my, not so secret, but I mean, I think it's relatively sort of common sense, but that's what I found when I don't do that, when I don't speak the language of the person who's receiving the message, is when I fall over flat on my face, or at least trip myself up.
I had an interesting one, and I think we're running close to the end, but if Fergus has an innovation product and he wants to get it to Reuters to say yes, what does he need to do? Same for Justina. So, Fergus, we're pitching an idea that to both EBU and Reuters.
You're asking my secrets now. I'd probably take them for a drink after sharing a panel with them.
I'm looking forward to it. Get the ice cream.
Yeah, whatever you want.
But also the other way around, I guess for Reuters or EBU to say yes to an innovation idea that comes from the outside, what are the criteria you look into?
I would say it's the same as an internal innovation idea. Like, does it match something that we really want to do? Does it fit with our serving of our clients and our audiences? And is it something that's going to make a difference to the way that we work in the newsroom? I've been involved in some really brilliant sort of out there sort of conceptual innovation, which is going to be years in coming. So I was involved in the Journalism AI project in its first year. I mean, if you haven't had a chance to go to some of their sessions, I think there are another couple, but I really recommend it because it's great just to sort of like stretch your brain out into the future. And, you know, we're so involved in the day-to-day, we don't think about those things that are sort of 3, 5, 10 years out. And, you know, yeah, I kind of read things about Web3 and I'm like, wow, metaverse, wow, you know, but it's good for me to stretch my brain there. But if someone comes and pitches me an idea about the metaverse right now, I've just got enough fires to put out already. You know what I mean? I mean, I'd love to have the conversation, but it's not going to I'm not going to pay money for somebody to come in and do that. So it's finding it's finding the sweet spot on that you can't do it yourself, but it's relevant to you. And it's not too far off in the future. So it's like finding that sweet spot along the curve.
And sometimes you have to be, you know, provocative as well. And as you say, you know, use your whatever arguments. Recently, talking to my bosses that I know are future thinking, but at the same time so focused these days on running the factory and the realities, right, that we all facing, which are not easy. And I said, well, in the end, you know, trying to convince them to some kind of innovation and ideas, I said, well, I would like to, and I'm sure that we would like to be all working for a factory that is producing green cars and not finish with the line of hybrid cars. I want to be in a factory that produces green cars. So sometimes you have to, I mean, there's different ways to communicate or carry the need.
I think we're close to the end, but I want to end with one final question. If there's people in the room that want to start with innovation within their organization and there's not yet a formal structure, how do you start?
So I would say that you need to frame your innovation in something that's possible. And I think that there are a lot of people in the journalism world who talk about innovation, but their organizations may be nothing like yours. Their situation may be nothing like yours. So I would look around and see who is innovating and doing things that you know can be done, and then work out how you might be able to do that in your situation. An example I would give, and may get booed off the stage here, is but a lot of conference time elsewhere is devoted to non-profit formats. That works very well in the US. You try to replicate it somewhere else. It doesn't work very well, but it's touted as one of the most aspirational things that an organization might be able to do. That you should look at what is possible within your own ecosystem or your own region, and know that it might be possible before you start looking at it, or that the conditions are right for it to succeed.
Any last words, Jane?
I think I'll try to be a bit provocative for the end so that we can have good conversations over ice cream. I have used innovation in my title in the past. I explain my role as being head of editorial innovation, and they're like, I sometimes wonder if it's too scary a word for some people. I think when people think about innovation, it's like, oh God, you know, what is she going to throw at us this time? Like, oh, what's she going to ask of us this time? You know, why do we have to do something new all the time? And actually, so my question to you, and you can answer me after, what's another word that we could use instead of innovation? Because I do think that people their minds always go to the glitter pony, and they always think it's something really big and it's really scary and it's going to take up so many resources, rather than thinking, brilliant, this is something that can help me. And so I think maybe my last thought is, do we need to come up with a different framing for innovation in newsrooms?
That's a good question for over ice cream. We got the 5-minute sign, but we started 5 minutes early, so I want to thank the panel for the good talk and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ezra.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm just gonna.
Thank you, Justina.
Thank you. I come up to you. I just put the mask. Thank you very much.
I'll see you later.
Yes, we'll see at probably around 8, because we're gonna stay here for the session that is about the news report.
Yeah. also here.
Yeah. So I'll catch up with you either
Yeah,
now
yeah,
or
and
there.
I'll join Fergus before, I think, 2 before, and then we're 16 together, yeah.
And then we meet at the dinner and we can chat at the dinner, yeah? Okay, perfect.
I used to do it when I was at AJ because it was so new. So it was me, Natalie Maltonarich, John Lawrence. I feel like I'm on TV, like we're actually doing this to time. Like 2 minutes there. So are you off to, are you heading back to London afterwards? Okay. Are you all packed up? Wow. Holy shit. That's a big move.
Yeah. I mean, and long delayed as well because it was meant to happen when I joined the Wall Street Journal 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it got delayed because of the pandemic.
Work visa pandemic. Yeah.
Is that how long it takes to get a work visa?
No, so what happened was the visa was issued, but there was a final step, or the visa was approved, but in order to issue it, I had to go to the
Very chic. Are you by yourself or are you with family? I'm going to go with myself. So my wife is staying here. Okay. Okay. And she's staying behind or she's joining you later?
She's staying.
Okay, wow.
Well, so we met originally in it was lovely. To Taiwan. She was in charge of 2 children.
Now she's like, okay, so you're going to be a migrant worker. Yeah, we can go ahead.
Should we go ahead?
Yeah, and then she can join us.
Bet she's in the wrong place. Did the venue change for this one?
No. She had another meeting, but at 3 o'clock that ended 1 hour ago at Salve Doctorato.
Okay.
I saw her earlier at the Brufani, but that was about an hour and a half
So
ago.
breakfast. Yeah.
Just knocking back.
No, she was just walking in and she was very lucid. She was very lucid.
Yeah. I think we'll start. Renee is on her way, but I hope she's not going to be offended, but we're going to kick off.
Hey, if she doesn't get in, can you send one of the people who's waiting downstairs to get into the session? They can sit here and watch.
Yeah. So this is about growth, and I kind of personally think growth is actually kind of the big wicked challenge we're going to be facing. I think there's kind of deep-seated reasons and there's kind of more immediate reasons. I think the immediate reasons is actually COVID was a tricky thing, but one of the really surprising gifts, and I use that word in quotes clearly, is it actually delivered kind of surprising growth to a lot of organizations, which was very welcome. But that growth came from a set of truly exceptional circumstances. So organizations who want to kind of nail that growth or continue to growth, we're talking at a different set of levers. And I think the deeper issue, which is something that I'm kind of looking at going forward in my work, is essentially if you look at the kind of like 25-year trajectory in the media industry, if you take it kind of stability before digital, there was a kind of valley when we went through digital. Organizations have been executing a digital fix, some more successful than others. But when they come out the other side, you know, when the kind of digital transformation starts to get nailed, the problem is they come out at a lower place. I mean, in general, total digital revenues, once you've pulled off your digital transformation, are just lower and more volatile than the old established ones were. So I think what we're going to see as more and more organizations come out on the other side of digital transformation is there's going to be a big question mark. You know, if we have serious ambitions about our news, if we want to fund, you know, serious tech, have serious products, have a really big newsroom, we're going to have to get serious about growth. And so my sense is this is the challenge we're looking at, and I'm kind of pulled together a group of experts, all of whom have a kind of growth mandate, but a different kind of growth mandate. So I think what I'd like to do is get the panel to introduce themselves and actually explain what it is they're doing about growth. So what their growth challenge is. So let me kick off with Chris.
Thanks, Lucy. I'm Chris Moran from The Guardian. My job title is Head of Editorial Innovation, and I'm going to disappoint everyone by pointing out that I'm not actually in charge of growth anymore. But the reason I'm here is because I was the original audience editor at The Guardian. I created the audience function and the processes. Is my mic on? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. So I'm Chris Moran from The Guardian. I'm the head of editorial innovation. I started out as the first audience editor at The Guardian and built the audience function and the audience team, and I'm co-creator of The Guardian's real-time data tool called OFAN. My job has changed over that period of time. I've moved away from being the head of audience, but I still work with the head of audience to hold shared responsibility for the use of data in the newsroom in a responsible fashion. The way in which we build culture around numbers to make sure that they're supporting journalists rather than undermining their work or perverting the course of our journalism.
Right. So kind of a lot of your growth journey is actually the central engine is the data.
Yes. So, I mean, we think about data. OFAN is a real-time data tool, but it only happens to be a real-time data tool. It's a culture change tool. So when I first started, the reason that OFAN was created was because I had assumed that I could walk into a newsroom and explain to our journalists that if we wrote a headline that mentioned the topic, rather than use the print headline, which often didn't, we could suddenly open up new audiences. But actually, even though that's perfectly common sense, it was incredibly difficult to break down 200 years of habit, right? And you know, at that point, most organizations, even a very kind of progressive digital one like The Guardian, still thought of print as the kind of superior form. And so, coming from a background that had nothing to do with numbers at all, I went to developers and I said, I think the thing that I need to persuade our journalists to change their mind is to be able to show them in real time exactly what the impact of that action was. And so, again, the seeds of OFAN are not, I didn't come into The Guardian and think, I love numbers and I must get data in the newsroom. That's a bad place to start. Instead, I had a very specific aim, and we used the data to support that aim and convince people. And for me, that's always where it's best used.
Right. Yes, sir. Why growth? Why do you need
I thought you were
growth?
going to ask me, why are you here? Look, we have a very, so first, I'm Yasser Khan. I'm editor-in-chief of the Thomson Reuters Foundation. I'm brand new in the job. I've only been in the job for 7 months, so whatever I say right now is probably subject to change in the next couple of days, couple of months, couple of weeks. So yeah, don't take it as anthem. But for us, growth is a bit similar to what Chris was talking about, and a bit different. We're a not-for-profit, and we're a non-profit newsroom competing with for-profit newsrooms. We are so for us, and we're very, very small compared to a newsroom like the Washington Post or the Guardian. And growth for us, it has less to do with volume than it has to do with loyalty. And I'll tell you where we are right now. We are currently a very newswire-focused newsroom. All of our output ends up on Thomson Reuters Newswire, and where we are going is, while maintaining that connection with the Thomson Reuters Newswire, we are moving towards becoming a more digital audience-focused newsroom. We've done our very first audience studies recently and figured out who is actually reading us, what are they coming to us for. We did something quite radical. We dropped all of our spot news output, which was daily news output, because we're connected to one of the most powerful daily news brands in the world. So we were competing against our own, mothership for no good reason. We dropped that. And what happened as a result is the time that people spend on our content has gone up, because we started finally getting to know what it is that people were coming to us for, and we learned that they were coming to us for depth and analysis and insight. And that is where I think we are going to make our mark in terms of growth is, I would much rather have 50,000 people, in a week reading for 5 minutes each than 500,000 people reading for 30 seconds and then just bouncing, right? So that is where I would like our newsroom to head. Our challenges, it's very comforting for me to know our challenges are not new and not unique. We have the exact same challenges as Chris does, which is a cultural shift in the newsroom where we are going from, journalists who are for the last however many decades used to writing for the Newswire and writing pieces that are everything to everybody that subscribers can take and use in their output, to having a quality of output that is very unique to us and having a tone of voice that is unique to us, and that is going to take time. Things like mentioning the topic in the headline is a huge is a hurdle that I had miscalculated on as well. But why wouldn't it make sense? But there's all those years of habit to break. It's not wrong. It's just, imagine you'd been doing something for your entire career, and now you're being told, well, we don't do that anymore. And I totally get the terror that it strikes in the hearts of the best of us. But yeah, that's where we're headed. We're headed towards perhaps a smaller but a more loyal audience that reads for longer and consumes our content for a bit longer.
I think we're going to dig into that. Is all growth good growth?
Yeah.
But Robin, let's bring you in. You're looking at growth from a different angle, right? Different levers.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. Hi, everybody. I'm Robin Kwong. I'm new formats editor at the Wall Street Journal, and what that actually means is that I am in charge of 3 teams at the Wall Street Journal. They're newsletters, so all of our newsletters operations, and we publish around 30 odd newsletters rankings. So the best US colleges, most popular Oscar movies, best airlines, worst airlines. And then finally, audience voices, which is comment moderation of comments at the bottom of articles, and also ooh, this is much better, isn't it? Okay, really abridged version of what I just said without the mic on. Hi, everybody. I'm Robin. I'm new formats editor at the Wall Street Journal. I'm in charge of 3 teams: newsletters, rankings, and audience voices. And audience voices is comment moderation underneath articles, reader callouts, live Q&As, any sort of journalist-reader interaction. And so these 3 teams seem a little bit sort of disparate, a bit sort of random collection of 3 teams, but actually, and this relates to the growth question that Lucy was asking, what I'm really interested in exploring with these 3 is how do you use these 3 things, which operate in slightly different ways, to build reader habit and to build reader loyalty. Newsletters is fairly straightforward. You sign up for it. We are in your inbox on a regular basis, whether daily or weekly. Rankings, so anybody can just sort of open up a Word file or create a web page and say, here's what I think the 10 best whatever is, and call it a ranking. But the way that we approach ranking, and that would be a sort of, this is my opinion, and is why I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But the way that we approach ranking is as a form of data journalism. So we do make some subjective decisions about what counts as the criteria, but you as a reader will be able to see exactly where the data sources come from, where the methodology is, what we have done to normalize some of the scores or make sort of adjustments to the data, and this is why we ended up with this particular ranking. And so our approach to rankings is that these should be information resources that relate to big decisions, big or small decisions that people have to make throughout their lives. So all the way from, I have a choice of airlines, which airline should I take to fly to Perugia? Or my kid is going to university, what university should they consider? And the idea is that if we do this well, then these become reliable, evergreen resources that people would return to, they would recommend to their friends, and therefore we build habit and loyalty. And audience voices is really interesting in a way that is not a standalone product like rankings and newsletters is, but it's a hypothesis that the more that we foster a dialogue and the more that we foster a two-way conversation between journalists and readers, the more that they can feel involved in our journalism, then the more loyal and habit building that will be. And so I have lots of really, really talented colleagues focus on the other sort of side of growth, which is reach, and how do we just get in front of more and more people. But a lot of the work that I'm doing now and the teams that I am involved in have to do with after we reach these people, how do we help build a habit and build a sense of loyalty amongst them.
I mean, you raise a really interesting issue. Oh, sorry. You raised a really interesting issue there, which is, I mean, you've all got growth, either as a kind of explicit or kind of lurking goal. How clearly how clearly articulated are your growth goals? Do you have growth goals, and are they clear? So, Robin, picking up on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we absolutely. So we have a sense of what we want to achieve. So unfortunately, I can't sort of divulge the exact details of like, we want to hit this number.
But you have hard numbers.
But so, yes, but I want to qualify sort of your question by saying that for me personally, at least, I look at growth in several dimensions. So one of them is the hard numbers question of just purely, let's just say audience. Is the newsletter audience growing? You know, like at what rate is it growing? Can we hit a certain number of audience? But for these teams, growth is also the maturity of the team and our capability. Are we able to start doing some experimentation within newsletters where we weren't able to before? Is our understanding of our newsletter audience better than it was before? I hired a bunch of the team members fairly recently, so are they gelling? Are they working together? Is the team growing? Are people advancing? So I think I look at my role as balancing these different aspects of growth. Yeah.
Right. And Chris, you got this beautiful tool, OFAN. Do you communicate growth goals, targets?
No. We don't have any explicit targets in the newsroom around that. And I remember when I first started as audience editor, originally SEO editor in, 2009, I remember just thinking, nobody set me a target. What's going on? That's clearly mad, right? I don't have a target. I must have a target.
What's measured gets done, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
And somebody upstairs must know what that target is, right? Somebody must, But one of the first things you learn as an audience editor, right? Anybody in this room who's worked with audience data in a news environment, you know that you're in control of the numbers and of growth in the same way that an astronaut is in control of the rocket that blasts them off the launch pad, right? Yeah, you can optimize and you can pitch and yaw a little bit, but fundamentally you are strapped to a rocket, and that rocket is the news cycle. And it's also the content you create in response to the news cycle. And of course, the other side of that coin is if you do try and force the issue, i.e., if your role as an audience team is to identify topics that your journalists must cover because you know that that will generate page views, you're running dangerously close into undermining the whole point of what you're doing. So we talk at The Guardian about responsible reach, right? Every single piece of journalism that we produce, we should care about. It should hit a certain level of quality, and we believe it does. And we want to find the widest, most relevant and engaged audience for that piece. We want to do everything we can to try and give it the best shot at finding something. And even then, the other aspect of audience work, as all of us on this panel know, is you're not operating in a vacuum, right? You're competing against other people and on quite bloody battlegrounds like Google search. So sometimes, even if you do everything right, you don't win, right? And that's another aspect of it. So all of the best audience editors I know start from the position of real humility about just how much they're in control of things. And that also then speaks to why we don't have targets, because it's nuts, right?
So you don't secretly want a number? Wouldn't make your life easier?
No, but what we do every single day, and I think this is really important, lots of people have taken a similar idea to OFAN and developed their own bespoke tool, but one thing that is often not copied is the first thing that I did when I became audience editor, which is we write a daily email that goes out to pretty much the whole organization, which does include numbers, but more importantly, it has a written through narrative about what the day before looked like. And again, every single number when you're talking about the news can only make sense when you're talking about the context of the news cycle. So its main job is to kind of say, okay, it was Ukraine yesterday, and obviously COVID is still running. We hit this kind of level of reach, and that was good, or perhaps we missed a couple of things here or there. But it's that nuance that I want to inject into this situation, and that's the reason why I fear targets. They're necessary, and especially for all of those teams who are attempting to generate revenue off the back of what you're doing, but they have to be handled with extreme care.
Yeah. Hi, Renee. Great to have you here. I thought I'd come. We're just going to close up this question, then I'll formally introduce, give you time to settle down. I mean, okay, so you don't have targets, and the kind of subtext of what you're saying is you need elaborate care and love in terms of how you introduce any kind of, basically respect the culture massively.
Yeah, with any number.
With any number.
Well, and one of the things that frustrates me sometimes about growth and audience conversations on Twitter is often people talk about good or bad metrics, right? And usually, page views is a bad metric and engagement is a good metric, and it's a nonsense. Anybody who's looked at what's happened to Facebook over the last few years knows how badly wrong optimizing to engagement and nothing else can go. Equally, page views, if they're used right, are unbelievably important for a multitude of reasons, especially if you want to find a wide audience.
Great. Well, I'm going to pick up the culture issue with you in a sec, but I just want to introduce Renee. Renee, do you want to explain who you are, what you do, and you have actually the most complex growth mandate on this panel. So if you can explain what growth means for you and your role.
I'm quite sure that actually the challenge with growth is that it's complex for everyone. That said, I do look after growth across a lot of different verticals, but I am the head of digital editorial development for the Financial Times, which probably like any number of our titles means absolutely nothing until you sort of fill the empty container that we probably all invented for ourselves. And so I look after much of the digital journalism that was never traditionally text, which obviously is the traditional kind of format for the Financial Times. So I look after newsletters and all of our podcasts and other audio, our topic hubs, which increasingly are ways of accessing and distributing content that many of you in new formats are creating. And then across all of that, from within the newsroom, I look after a lot of the monetization strategies and experimenting with different ways to monetize. So yeah, growth means a very different thing actually than it used to look. Did you want me to talk about what growth means for us? Yeah, sorry. So in thinking about growth, it used to be not that long ago that growth was subscribers when it came to our business model, or revenue, hence audience when it came to other business models, right? Because it was sort of very much a traffic-driven model. And now actually growth is a lot more complex because it really means, I think, stabilizing and securing what you have in terms of an audience and revenue, while also thinking about how to perpetually be adding to that revenue. So we can no longer just, for example, at the Financial Times, think about subscribers. We have to think about subscribers and reach. And in general, though, I think when we think about growth, we have to be agreed within the business what growth is, because otherwise there's a real challenge in just getting any kind of alignment and investment from within the company about what growth is. So so to sum up, not so quickly, growth right now for us is an actual combination of retention and reach, and different products for different kinds of growth.
Yeah, because I mean, I think we're into the kind of the second era of growth, and I think something that's hitting you and hitting Robin very much is growth is contingent on getting different bits, independent bits of the internal organization to work together. And then I think for people like you with senior growth roles, the challenge becomes actually leading areas that you have no conventional leadership authority over. So it becomes a kind of much more complex leadership task, in addition to the issues around setting metrics and managing culture. I mean, would you two like to talk about that? Because I picked that up also very clearly with the New York Times, with their growth, this pod development. I don't know if you come across this pod idea. It's a bit analogous to the vertical. So the pod is where you bring together non-journalism facing parts of the business to work together for like 2-3 years to meet a specific goal. But the challenge around that is these are separate divisions who have to collaborate. It's very tricky to do.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'm sure actually others have views on that. Gosh, I would imagine actually, Robin, from the perspective of the Wall Street Journal, and I think it's probably actually quite typical, and maybe actually Reuters or The Guardian, typical of organizations that are a bit larger, where we have mandates to do something which isn't traditionally about acquisition or traffic, which were the traditional ways that you sustained a business. It is about maybe loyalty, that can be growth for some businesses, or other things. In any case, we are trying to create new strategies, whether through content or internal behaviors, the integration of data into the newsroom, the integration of the question of metrics or impact into our content and our journalism. All of those things didn't used to happen 5 years ago or 5 minutes ago. And it's not really anyone's job, but it needs to be everyone's mandate to get it to work. So it is a job of tremendous just influence, relationship building internally, and a lot of pretty basic, at least from my perspective, kind of primal, trying to understand how to get people to do what you want them to do. And so what's in it for them? And trying to translate a kind of new strategy or a new way of working or a new objective, whether that's reaching an audience we never used to reach, or participating in podcasts, or being comfortable with a partnership structure to produce a new kind of content that we never did before in the newsroom. And it's not anybody's job, per se. We don't have the authority to do that. But it is about persuading people that it's in their best interest possibly to give it a try and make it work or not. And if it works, then other people begin to pay attention, and there's buying.
How does this play out for you, Jesse? I mean, you're a non-profit, so I would imagine you've got a super thick culture. So, yeah.
Super. My previous... Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting to it. Sorry. So yeah, no, the culture is super thick for us, and these are folks who've been in the newswire business for a very, very long time. But even before here, I worked at Euronews, and before that at Al Jazeera, and there was so much sort of education, basically imparting data literacy required to sometimes a reluctant, sometimes a resistant stakeholder. That setting any targets for these folks would have been completely useless because what are we how I grappled with the idea of how am I going to be able to set targets for a newsroom that doesn't even believe in this or doesn't know how this works. But also there was a flip side to it, which was dangerous, which is when we first started talking about numbers when we were at Al Jazeera. It became this toxic competition between teams where every Thursday there was the big programs meeting and a different program editor would come to me every few minutes and say, what are my numbers this week? I need to know my numbers so I can talk about it at the meeting. And it became so toxic that my sort of rebellion against it was I created this analytics tool, internal analytics tool called the Tool for Web Analytics Tracking. You can work out the acronym. That I would circulate to all the programs producers to just check out their own numbers if they wanted to, because I was just sick of it. In a newsroom like TRF, I've resisted the urge to set targets because right now my task is to impart, is to work with these folks to agree on what success for us looks like before we start saying, well, okay, we would need a 20% growth in X and 40% growth in Y. I mean, what we are starting at is, you guys work really hard to do the work that you do. Here's somebody who can help us make sure that as many people as possible read that work or watch that work, right? That's where we're at. Once that is understood, then we can move on to the next step. We're bringing in a tool called Sophie, which is a AI-powered tool that was developed by the Globe and Mail, and you can weight different things differently in Sophie. And so I have worked out we've just hired a global head of audience, and we've been working out how are we going to weight things in different years. So year one, we need to get people in the door, right? So we're going to, give a bigger weight to page views, but we're going to phase those out. And by year 3, we would like to have, time spent on page and return visits as our chief metric. But, that is where we're at as a traditionally newswire-focused not-for-profit. But this mantra I always repeat in newsrooms, and which I've spoken to you about, is, there's 3 billion people on the internet. I just want 100 million. That's all I want. And so if I'm setting myself a target, that's what I'm setting myself, like 100 million loyal users who come and spend 5 minutes per article and move on to another article that is one of ours. That is, if it's an amorphous target, but it is something that I would like us to achieve in about 3 years. Right. That is the basic level that we're starting at, because right now it's about literacy, it's about making people in the newsroom care about what we're doing and how we would like, how we'd like to build readership of our work. That's a basic premise.
I mean, I've got 2 questions, a couple of questions building off what you've all said. The firstly is presumably right at the top of the organization, there are quite hard, ambitious goals. Sorry, yeah? Oh, I need to lean towards it, thank you. Yeah, at the top of the organization, there actually are quite tough ambitions about goals. So how do you communicate the subtleties and the challenge up, actually? Because I'm sure it's easier for them to say, look, that's the target, how long is it going to take, what do you need? And the second thing is, if the culture is so sensitive, really tips, is there vocabulary to avoid, are there terms to avoid? Is there a subtle way of doing it? So I guess it's communicating up. How do you communicate the sophistication and complexity up? And how do you manage the messaging internally?
I'm hard on a few things. It's on now. I'm hard on a few things. There's certain things that you're just supposed to know because the internet has existed since 1995, and if you have no business being in the business if you don't know about it. For instance, I've banned the word clickbait at our meetings because you don't know what you're talking about when you say, well, give it a clickbaity headline. What does that even mean, right? It's become this really useless jargon that people seem to throw around, and it irritates the hell out of me. So I've banned certain things. I remember a few weeks ago, one senior person asked me, well, is that what we're after now? Are we after clicks? And my answer was, that would have been a really smart question in 2002, but we are in 2022 now, and it's no longer a smart question. We should know that behind most clicks, not all, behind most clicks is a human being who's decided to give you 2 minutes of their time that they're never going to get back. So, no, we're not after clicks, we're after human attention. And so, again, when it comes to traditional newsrooms, this is the level of understanding that we're starting at. And so, if I were to say to them, we are aiming for an audience retention of 20% in the next X number of months or X number of years, that would be like, right? So yeah, first I need to make them care. And,
right.
Yeah, that's where, yeah.
So I actually think that sometimes having a really clear goal from the top about what we want to achieve is very clarifying and actually very clarifying and very unifying. I suppose communicating in nuance, to answer Lucy's questions about communicating in nuance, is able to sort of paint the picture of what the journey looks like, and to say that, we are working towards this big organizational goal, but here's how we're going to do it, or we are going to do it in this way in order to be sensitive to certain things, or in order to stay within certain guardrails and all of that. And then in terms of communicating across the newsroom to others, I think there's a large part of listening, because so despite my job title, New Formats Editor, none of the free teams that I'm in charge of are particularly newsletters have been around for forever, rankings have been around for forever, so none of them are new, and I'm not coming into this with a blank slate, and so being able to talk to people and understand sort of how they got to where they are, what were their original motivations of creating this newsletter, showing a willingness to listen helps. And then I suppose the last sort of bit of, I guess, advice or tip would be, what is a way of phrasing it that speaks to their motivations as a result? So we might be interested in figuring out ways to increase click-throughs from newsletters to articles, or increase reach of newsletters, but maybe don't describe it in that way, and maybe talk to a newsletter writer about how, we think that the newsletters is a really great way to get more people to come to your column and to read your column, and that's something that's motivating for them personally, and sometimes it's just a matter of phrasing
Right.
and of framing.
Right.
Yeah.
Renee?
To add to that, which I think is a really good point, and also to add to something Chris was saying earlier, one of the challenges also, whether it's up, sideways, or down in terms of getting buy-in, is trying to find ways to make people understand that it's worth it, even in terms of the investment, not just of their time, but maybe their team's time. Maybe it's not them directly. Maybe it's resource you need from them. And on the one hand, once you've done the hard work of agreeing to some metrics that measure the real value of what we're getting, it could be conversions if subscription is your business, or loyalty if something else is. But oftentimes when you are experimenting with new ways to find growth or looking for growth elsewhere, you aren't really able to measure it exactly. Is it worth our time? Do we know if it's getting value? It's a little bit finger in the wind. You have to be maybe willing to take a risk, or see how it goes, and then figure out what the value is. And it can be very difficult, especially in today's context globally, and the risk and the complexity of running a viable media business, to be able to convince people, especially that way, to take a risk, or to convince people within a business whose resource allocation is really tough, and maybe they have a target or an objective in product or in tech or in marketing to reach X number of acquisitions or X number of prospects. And you just want to try something that's never been tried before, and you don't know how to measure it. And it might be the next thing that might be really helpful, but yeah, that can be really difficult, is just understanding, okay, how do we take a risk? How do we grow growth? And that risk-taking, even in very big organizations where you might feel secure in your kind of financial foundations, is very hard, and maybe even harder in traditional organizations.
Do you guys have like a lab set up at the FT where you can take those risks in a controlled environment before you sort of ask a department to take it, or or is the approach going to a team saying, let's take this risk?
That lab used to exist.
Oh, right. Okay.
The lab was demolished?
Well, so it was a very interesting kind of lab in the early days of innovation. And the early days of innovation were like 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It was called FT Labs, and it was very blue sky thinking. So it wasn't, in fact, it was precisely not necessarily looking to achieve a commercial outcome. And that was scrapped. Because for a while, we really doubled down on commercial outcomes. And I think the interesting place about where the Financial Times is now, and maybe many of those sort of more legacy businesses, is as you undoubtedly said in your introduction that I missed, Lucy, probably was something about the fact that we're now in a different phase to some extent of the development of businesses, and it's a different phase even of growth, right? Where like we've all integrated a certain amount of innovations, whether it was data and analytics and growth even as a concept editorially, and now it's a different phase, and I think that's where the complexity arises.
I think for us, the advantage as a not-for-profit newsroom is that we can afford to not look at the commercial outcomes, and we're expected to spend all the money we get in that bucket, which is a really good spot to be in. And so, like I said, I'm new in the job, and one of the conditions of my signing the contract was that I wanted to eventually create a bit of a lab culture where we not only experiment with content, but we experiment with growth strategies and workshop things and simulate scenarios and come up with solutions too. And I actually think that some of the solutions to market problems might come from not-for-profits like ours, where we can afford to take bigger risks with our money than commercial operations can. Commercial operations obviously have a lot more money than we do, but a lot of it is, profit, et cetera, and the expenditure is a lot more stringent. But yeah, this is, like I said, my first nonprofit job, but I think nonprofit newsrooms can probably be a big force when it comes to working out strategies.
I wanted to circle around to something Renee said. I mean, in terms of what your biggest lever for growth is.
Lean into the mic.
Oh, sorry. I think the biggest lever for growth is convincing everybody in the newsroom that attending to the metrics in a responsible way is part of their job. Right? It's not good enough to build an audience function and then say that's their job. And so our audience team is about communicating culture and arguing the case for why these things should matter to editors and journalists. And actually, that argument shouldn't be too tough, right? Talking about words that might be banned, the one I want to see the back of is vanity metrics. Now, it will depend on your model, and all of us here.
Give us an example of a vanity metric.
Well, people will say that a page view or even time spent on page is a vanity metric because, it's the journalist, disappearing up their own behind. And, the interesting thing about that is, right, especially in an open model like The Guardian's, we want people to read our journalism, right? We do want that, and to stay with it. And that's part of journalism. It's the act of journalism. And there should be a really strong vocal argument for what the audience team do and what they try to encourage the newsroom to do to be the completion of the act of journalism. After you press publish, what happens then? And there are various simple levers around that, right, which you can have immense impact with. Change a headline. People aren't clicking on it. Look at why. Mix it up. Ask a few questions about whether you're describing it accurately. You can affect attention time in that way as well. And so that's another thing that's really interesting to me about growth, right? There's a lot of talk about what levers do you have, and there's lots of people who talk openly about we're going to target this, we're going to grow an audience in this particular area. And actually, the levers at most people's disposal are quite limited. And I'm always surprised, I always worry that I've missed a trick. But often, the ways in which people attempt to grow these audiences are really quite basic, right? And those are the best. Write some journalism that actually relates to the audience you're trying to find and make sure that it's discoverable. Quite simple, probably the best way of doing it. But yeah, I really, really think it's important. If the whole newsroom doesn't think that it's their job, you have a problem. And the other thing that I really want to emphasize is if you're asking them to take responsibility, you have immense responsibility for the way in which you build that culture. Right? You have to protect them. OFAN is open to every single person at The Guardian with a Guardian email address. How does it feel if you spend time in good faith writing an article and you get a terrible attention time and you know that everyone can see that? It's rough. So you have to develop ways of talking carefully about when things don't go quite right. You have to be clear about the fact that it's impossible to actually commission a piece and guarantee it's going to get a really high attention time. Because, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work that way, right? So take care of the people you're communicating
But how
to
is
as well.
that really going? You've got people who are massively intrinsically motivated. They care about what they're doing and they get rubbish figures. I mean, because it's not really scalable, the volume of journalism The Guardian's doing. You're talking about a very careful, thoughtful, considerate approach. I mean, and then on the other hand, people are kind of automizing and using AI tools. I mean, how do you square the circle?
I mean, in terms of supporting people, that morning email is crucial, but also the way in which we talk to people directly about pieces all of the time. All of the time. You know, different topics will guarantee you different results, right? 500,000 page views on a piece about Kim Kardashian, that's all right. 30,000 page views on a piece about social work in Lewisham, that might actually be a 5-star result. And you have to talk about things like that. That's also why we don't have, for example, in OFAN anywhere, any way in which people can pull up a list of the highest page views by author across The Guardian. We could do it really easily, right? It's simple to create, but we rip that out intentionally and we don't provide it because we want OFAN not to feel like a weapon. And everybody in the newsroom, at that moment when it feels like a weapon, it's a nightmare. Yeah. And the other crucial thing is, if you're not looking at what's not working, that's where all the learning is, and you again have a problem. So you have to build really careful ways of talking about things not working out. That is hard, and we get that wrong all the time, and I'm sure everybody on the panel does. But you have to try really consciously to do it.
Yeah, because I mean, you've got more volume of units going through with, say, Robin and Rene. You've got a number of items you're innovating on. How do you deal with failure or iteration in those? That presumably they're higher ticket. There's more riding on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, sort of I'm approaching each of these teams and each of these sort of, I guess, products not with a blank slate. And so we have a stable and a portfolio of newsletters existing. And so the way that you approach it is not necessarily to say, let's just take our already best performing and most reliable 5 or 10 and change it completely tomorrow. And then if it doesn't work, then that's a huge failure and that's terrible. Is to say that we have a stable of things that kind of work and we want to experiment either with when we create a new newsletter or some of the more specialist audiences around the edges. And so I think it's a little bit about sort of picking your battles and picking where you choose to introduce change and introduce sort of experimentation. And then the next part of it, is just, I couch a lot of what we try to do as hypotheses. So we are doing this because we have a hypothesis that if we, I'm gonna make a fake example here, change the way that the subject line in the emails are written, then more people will open it and click through. And so when we do something like that, we always communicate sort of like, what is our hypothesis? What is the sort of period of time that we're testing it for? And then that allows us very easily, 3 months later, to say, we had thought that doing this would produce this result, and it didn't. And here are some hypotheses or some reasons why it might not have. And then you can do a new experiment to see how you can change that. And I think sort of the idea that every sort of change or every experiment that you do ends up creating insights and learnings that allow you to ask the next question and the next question and the next question means that you can do a lot of learning and consolidate a lot of your learning before you then apply it to across-the-board changes or to changes in some of your sort of bigger ticket items.
Can I just add a sort of sidebar to that? And that is that so far, traditional legacy newsrooms see things in terms of problems and solutions. There's not a lot of let's try things and we'll learn from them even if we fail type of a mindset. So what happens when the audience team goes to editorial and says, we're going to try this thing, and the question is always, is that going to get us more viewership? Well, we don't know. Well, you'll try it, and sometimes it'll fail, or you won't get the expected result, and then it'll be like, aha, you guys don't know what you're doing, right? So there's that, and the job for somebody like me becomes, no, failure is good. We're learning from this, but we don't come, especially legacy newsrooms, don't come with a culture of experimentation and learning from failure. So I think audience teams have a huge challenge ahead of them where they're also just sort of fearing the experiment not working out and being branded as, you guys don't know what the hell you're doing, right? Does that happen to you?
Yeah, I mean, that comes back to competition, right? And all of the other factors that you're not in control of.
Yeah. But again, these are newsrooms that are used to being in control of pretty much everything. And then all of a sudden now there's control of almost nothing, which is a really hard pill to swallow.
Yeah. Renee, did you want to jump in there?
Yes, I think you make a really good point about how a culture of learning from failure is not comfortable in traditional newsrooms, i.e. it's okay to fail because you learn something and learnings count, learnings have value. And what I found at the FT, interestingly, and this is probably the case with most larger organizations, is that I almost want to say sort of unfortunately, but that's a value judgment, that in order for that to work, there has to be top-down buy-in. And if the boss says, we're trying this thing, we don't really know if it's going to work or not, we're launching this new show or a new podcast, or we're experimenting with a new format, or when it comes to the broader Financial Times right now, we've just launched a new app called the FT Edit. And for the first time ever, the CEO has officially communicated to the business that this is just an experiment. It might not work, but we're going to learn a lot. It seems like a very simple, basic way to think about innovation. It is a radical change for a for-profit business. And there's also even a more fundamental newsroom problem, which is if it's just to experiment, newsrooms are busy. Journalists are up against it. They've got stories to write. Like right now, for the past 2 years, election cycles before that, yeah, experimenting is fine, but it's not their job. And they might have a personal appetite for it, in which case you're lucky. But if there's top-down buy-in of like, this is a thing we're doing and it's important, that's going to put it on their radar. It's a human instinct thing. Or finally, the way around that is in some ways, and I think you're absolutely right, yes, it's fascinating as an idea of like, oh, actually could not-for-profits be incubators? Wow, that's a really interesting idea. I haven't thought about that. Because the only other way around a sort of preconceived sort of apprehension around the risks of experimenting without results is if you just carve out your own pockets within the newsroom to do it. So I've done that at the Financial Times, where I was running audio, which was just traditionally podcast, but I was able to find a partner, Microsoft, who came in briefly to finance an audio lab. And so I was able to experiment with new digital voice technologies and automated news digest and automated newsletters, and it was entirely off the radar. And I kept on having to remind the editor-in-chief, hey, we're doing this thing and it's actually kind of working. She's like, right, wow, that's interesting. And who are you doing it with again? And along the way, we'll have learned a tremendous amount. As it happens, it was quite laborious because it was all over here and wasn't really part of my job, and I had to bring in teams to do it. So we actually just concluded the experiment, which lasted a year, but my God, did we learn a lot. And at some point, when finally it comes around for sophisticated automated voices to be useful in newsrooms, and that's going to happen very quickly, oh, here's the thing, we know how to use them. Isn't that cool? But sometimes you can't rush it.
Yeah, I mean, you had a great phrase when we were talking about this before, which is like the people at the top say, we've brought in these people, why the hell can't they Harry Potter it?
Yeah.
Which I think is a phrase to be saved forever. But.
Yeah, the internet is expected to be magic, right? Because you don't see how it's executed in the back end, and especially, folks above you haven't had the time to figure that out. So, one of the things I always tell media bosses when they hire me is, don't expect me to Harry Potter your newsroom in about 7 months, because I'm not going to magically make 10, 20 years of bad habits, or not bad habits, but habits that are not relevant now. Disappear overnight. But that is the expectation. I remember at my last job, the CEO took me out to lunch and said, I want you to start a revolution. I thought, I'm not going to last very long in this job, because that's not what I do. To Renee's point, I think top-down buy-in of not only a culture of experimentation, but also a culture of patience and trial and error and failure and learning, and just repeating this cycle until things are learned from it. And constant adaptation is so necessary. At Euronews, I remember the head of the Italian language service came to me at one point, and she'd been a journalist for 50 years. She'd been making television for, I guess 50 years. Is that how long TV's been around? I can't even remember. But she said, well, how long will it take before we learn everything there is to learn about digital, and we can do our jobs? And I realized that in that moment that we hadn't changed the way we make television in about 50 years. The technology might have evolved, but the formula has not evolved. You still do the exact same thing that you did in the 1960s. And I said to her, actually never. We were never going to know enough, and that is the best part. You get to come in every day, and you get to try something, you get to fail, you get to learn, and you get to come in tomorrow, you get to do it again. And every day you get to learn something new, and her jaw was on the floor, because that in itself was such a radically different way of thinking.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, TV journalism is almost clerical now, right? Like, you do a clerical job. It's almost a bureaucrat's job. And so is newspaper journalism in the most traditional sense. So yeah, if you are a boss who is sitting out there, don't expect your growth people to Harry Potter you an audience, because that shouldn't happen. And if they're telling you that they are doing it, then they're absolute charlatans. And there's a lot of charlatanry in this business that blew my mind. At one point, I called my old TV boss and I said, can you give me my TV job back? Because I don't want to deal with charlatans anymore. Because, there was one company where I was reading an article and there was a flicker, and I called up the tech and I said, did you put auto refresh on the website? And there was, sure enough, there was an auto refresh every 15 seconds, counted it as an extra page view. And I was the bastard who killed it. And they came after me saying, you killed our page view count. And I was like, well, your advertisers are way too smart. At some point they would ask you. And there's stuff like that I can do. I can totally do that tomorrow and give you growth. But people who give you money are becoming smarter and smarter by the day, and they will ask you, hey, how come you had 300 people last month, now you have 3,000 people? What did you do, and can you replicate that? And then therein, your explanation will give you away, or your lack of explanation. So yeah, this is not magic. Don't you dare go back to your newsrooms and expect to implement magic.
But I mean, this is an industry that tends to move in swarms. An idea takes root and everyone's following the same kind of recipe, which is good or bad. Do you think there's kind of going to be a common lever that people are going to be pulling in the next 2-3 years to find the growth, to build off the corona growth, or to compensate for what may have churned off right now? I mean, do you feel there's going to, what's going to be the top of the hit list in terms of growth levers?
So I have an answer that's maybe a little bit unconventional, and this goes off of what Yasir was saying a little bit earlier about learning and adapting rather than the charlatanery. But I think one of the most satisfying aspects of growth for me in my job is the growth of my team and the people that I work with, and so the ability to take someone who was perhaps in a very traditional reporting editing role and make them a great manager and a great leader of people, and for them to sort of learn about what's happening in product and learn about what's happening in sort of the business side and how we can all work together to create these things is first of all, personally satisfying for me, but I feel like it's also the answer to your question, Lucy, which is like, I feel like that is probably the biggest and most common lever for continued growth, which is if you are an organization that can continually upskill, train up, or whatever sort of word you want to use, your people.
So that's the unlock.
Yeah.
Anyone else? The big unlock?
I think there's something interesting about targeting audiences and trying to build something for them. And it's quite difficult. You know, I've been talking to various people here about Semaphore targeting 200 million underserved college-educated people in the world. English speaking, yes, for example. I mean, one good example of that, I would say, is Guardian Australia, right? And Guardian Australia worked because we were very lucky to have philanthropy backing it at the beginning, but the main reason it worked is because there was a gap in that market. A really clear gap that the Guardian fitted into really beautifully. And I think that's the starting point, right? Where is the actual underserved audience? Are you the right answer to it? And then what are you going to build as journalism, first and foremost, to meet that demand? If you get that right to start with, all of the optimization stuff and all of the growth levers that we're talking about should naturally really, really grow you out in the same way as has happened with Guardian Australia. But also, just be clear about how much resource that may take, and be clear about whether you're trying to be a primary brand. Are you going to be the people who they come to first? Or are you a secondary brand or a tertiary kind of visit? Those things really change the way you need to think about what you're building and what it looks like as an editorial organization before you get to the growth.
Right, right. Renee?
Yeah, I do think actually, and it's a little bit related to what you were saying, Chris, there's one thing probably everyone's going to be doing that maybe they weren't doing before, and it's something that probably ought to make the ears of anybody who works in audience sort of ring and sing, which is, I think everyone, no matter how you're defining growth or whatever your business model is, everyone now is going to focus on building relationships with an audience. And that wasn't a given before. A lot of it in a previous sort of first phase of digital was traffic, and then a lot of it was just a focus on a commercial outcome, which was subscriptions, if you wanted to get people to pay, or a lot of it was, simply trying to reach an audience. And now, no matter what your objective, there is a sense, whether it's because you have to grow trust, whether it's because you have to grow loyalty, whether it's because you have to grow return traffic, whether it's because you have to grow relevance or differentiation, or whether you have to grow a better user experience in order to compete with, but that building of relationships, which is something that seems so not journalistic, even just 5 or 6 years ago, or 6 or 7 years ago, when some of us had the first sort of audience roles, I think that's now absolutely built in across the board. Everyone's converted and everyone needs to do it, is my theory.
I think I've got two levers. One external, one internal. Two external, two internal. The external ones are, I've always said this, consistently good content. I think is key. There's a lot of. Sorry, can you hear me in the back? Yeah. Okay. Good content will transcend any algorithm, I think. And I've always said this from when I didn't even know what an algorithm was. And I used to say, make good stuff, people will watch it. Add to, start interesting conversations or add to existing conversations in a meaningful way, and do it consistently, and you'll make a space for yourself. So I think externally, there's that. The other non-negotiable externally is community management. Building communities around your work, around your niches, and maintaining that contact, that back and forth with those audience communities. I think news orgs need to invest in that, because that's a huge source of growth. Internally, it is adaptation and education. I think internally, constantly upskilling your teams, looking after them, educating them on, and developing that culture of experimentation and learning from your failures. I've worked in newsrooms where people were afraid to make mistakes, and I would get 18 emails a day on one task. I'd ask somebody to just, find a video, get it cleared for use on our platforms, and I have 18 emails. And eventually I said, man, you're 42 years old. You know how to do this. Just don't get me sued. And I think that's all that was needed to, and they were like, well, what if I do something wrong? Of course you're going to do something wrong. This is the first time you're doing it. If you're doing it the 5th time, then I will come talk to you about it. But this is the first time, and so I'm totally expecting you to get it wrong. And I think that sort of level of, I've got your back with your teams, plus constant sort of encouragement to adapt and upskill and making those resources available internally is probably the internal lever to do it.
We've got about 2 minutes for questions. Any burning questions from the audience you'd like to?
Oh, we don't.
We don't? No time for, okay. After that. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, everybody.
Robin, Yasir. You're welcome. Sorry.
How do you suppose that went? Did that go all right? Is that how you wanted it to go?
I think so.
I'm also one of the co-authors of this year's EBU News Report on the future of public service media, which my colleague Alexandra is going to introduce in a moment. And it's my great pleasure, actually, to be moderating this panel on driving innovation in public service media tonight. And we're so lucky to have an absolutely stellar cast of people with us, which I would like to briefly introduce. To my right, we are joined by Helge Solberg. Helge is an award-winning Norwegian journalist and currently the news director at Norwegian public broadcaster NRK. Also with us to my left is Christina Johannesson from Sweden, where she's currently the project manager for future competencies at the public broadcaster SVT and deeply involved in the digital transformation of the same. Then we have the BBC's Ross Atkins, the creator and presenter of BBC's Outside Source and founder of the 50/50 project, which supports the diverse representation of content in various news organizations. And finally, my dear colleague, Alexandra Borchardt, to my left, who after a long career in journalism with stints at the Süddeutsche Zeitung in Germany and the Reuters Institute in Oxford, now works as an independent media advisor and was the lead author for this year's EBU News Report. Together, we try to tackle some of the thornier questions facing public service media these days, namely, what needs to happen that public service media not only survive but thrive? How should they and can they innovate to stay relevant? And what are the obstacles for innovation? How can these be overcome? I'm very much looking forward to discussing these questions with our panel and hopefully with you all. So please give them a very warm welcome, and then we'll start with a short presentation on the report by Alexandra.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to speak for this full room, and actually I apologize to everyone who's still waiting outside in line. I hope you get parts of it. You can access the report later or watch the recording later. Yeah, I'll introduce the EBU News Report to you, and we are thankful to the EBU for sponsoring this and also giving us the editorial freedom to do research in really tricky issues that are not very convenient to deal with also for everyone involved. So let me briefly show you some of our major findings of the report. First of all, what did we do? We divided the report that is actually able to, you can download it without login, and so you can really access it, everyone can. We divided it in 3 parts. The first part will give you the contents, and I'll skip over this fast because we want to talk about innovation so much. The second part is what's next in connecting with audiences and the public. This is what all news organizations, whether big or small, grapple with these days. And third part is what's next in leadership and innovation. This is very interesting, or should be interesting for all of you who are in management, who have to take difficult decisions and to actually lead people. Yeah, and the 3 parts, really contain really 7 Q&As with renowned media leaders and experts on the subject. We had 16 best practice case studies in this, and this is all based on more than 40 interviews with media leaders and experts and the latest research. So this is what the report is. Let's start with the context, and I said I'll skip over this briefly, the world around public service media, we call it, and the great thing is, and that's why we named this panel Trust Boosters. The great thing is actually that COVID, the pandemic, made trust in news rise on average with all news organizations. According to the Digital News Report by the Reuters Institute, 6 percentage points last year. This is actually unheard of in recent years when it was constantly dropping a little bit. And actually, public service media were leading the way in this. If you dig into the report, you can see that with public service media, they consistently, or in most markets, I have to say, when there's true independent public service media, they consistently topped the trust ratings in almost all markets. And to the contrary, trust in social media has declined further because people have lots of bad experiences with social media. sad thing is, and why I'm mentioning this here, there are tons of panels about press freedom and declining press freedom, media freedom here in Perugia. I still have to mention this because you need to know the climate where innovation can really grow or is hampered and cannot grow. So it's really important to mention this. And actually, yeah, media freedom has declined in many countries. Attacks against journalists have increased. You all know that, with women and minorities disproportionately being targeted, and the Ukraine war has now pushed this to an entirely new level. So very difficult context for public service media, and also the risk to funding and governance. And we have a case study on there on the Swiss broadcaster that has successfully fended off a referendum only to be met with further resistance in Swiss society, and what they are doing now to tackling this. These are one set of forces. Free market advocates feel that actually there's enough media out there. People have so many choices. You don't need public service media. And then obviously you all know about liberal political actors who want to restrain media freedom and really lobby against funding. And then you have the sheer competition, and that's why we called the report "What's Next in an Age of Information Abundance and Distraction and Opinion," because there's so much competition for attention, and this is the real issue for most media organizations. Sometimes it's a trust issue, but it's not necessarily a trust issue. It's an attention issue, and it's really this, getting the eyeballs, getting people really to look at you, and building up stable, loyal relationships with the audiences. And yeah, I just mentioned to showcase what we've in the report, a case study of, for example, Finnish Wiley Arena that have really been successful competing with Netflix in the Finnish market. They don't only stream movies and stuff, but they also include news in their streaming services, and they actually topped Netflix in the age group above 40, and even with younger people, they're really successful. So you can find case studies in that, and actually there are also the opportunities of public-private partnerships that are difficult to navigate, but could be a way to proceed in this competition for attention against all the distraction. Yeah, and we also interviewed Noel Coran, the EBU Director General, who said the biggest protection of funding is to have a strong, firm connection with your audience, for them to feel you're meeting their needs, and for you to change and adapt to what those needs are. And we'll learn from our panelists later how they do that in their various organizations. Yeah, connecting with audiences and the public, which is the second part of the report, and we really dig deep on issues like news avoidance. How do you really can really connect with the public, build stable relationships? And I have to show you my all-time favorite infographic of the digital news report of the Reuters Institute. This was actually from 2019, and I just want to show you, have your attention on the top two. The top two bars, because actually what people said when they were asked, what is the media doing a good job at, most of them said, oh, keeping me up to date about what's happening. They're really good at that. But look at the top two things, like, media is really good at covering the topics that feel relevant to me and my life. Not that many people, not even a third of people gave them high marks for that. And really, really bad is what they said about, do they really use the right tone to approach me? Only 16% back then said, media using the right tone. So some findings we had derived from all these interviews in the report, really, content strategies should focus on providing solutions and ideas for audiences' problems, needs, and struggles, and not primarily on politics and conflicts. And I have to reveal here that I'm a board member of Constructive Foundation, so I'm really invested in constructive journalism, but this is a way out of that, really, this battle for attention. Also, another big thing, a problem that most media are struggling with is diversity, and in particular, public service media need to reflect society as they are in their diversity, and they need to meet the audiences where they are. Who, if not public service media, need to do that in a broad sense? And lastly, the latest technology, and this is what Felix is studying, artificial intelligence in newsrooms. How can he really help serving audiences better? And so the latest technology can actually help to serve audiences, but there are also tricky issues about that, and we will learn, Helge will talk to us about, the platforms and the competition. Which platforms should you really have your content on? What should you do about that? Yeah, and this is just a quote from Ann Lagercrantz, who's actually the head of news and sports at Swedish TV, so a colleague of Christina. And I think this is so important. She said, journalism needs to be curious about what will happen tomorrow. It's also about how we interview people. Are we confrontational or are we curious? And the tone of voice is really important, and all of you grew up in journalism like I did with the news agency and later on with major German media brands. You know, you learn to be confrontational in interviews, like these tough political interviews, and Russ can tell us a lot about that, but you know, not all people need this confrontational style. They shy away from this, so you need to really up your listening skills very often. Yeah, and we have case studies in there that are intended to reach out to diverse audiences, and one is from Deutsche Welle. We have people from Deutsche Welle sitting in the audience in front row, I happen to know. They developed this nice format, flipping the script, where actually regular people interviewed politicians on a talk show put on its head, so not the typical top-down thing that you have in journalism so often. So that was just an innovative format tested for the German election, but it worked quite well. And another case study, I really, is one of my favorite case studies, is the News Values Project by Swedish Radio, because when they came actually up with an algorithm that reflects public service values, and they are very open to talk to you about how they went about this. But this is very interesting for the people who always think like, oh, these algorithms, you know, we need people making news choices and edit stuff, but actually you can have in the digital world, it's really important that you also feed algorithms with public service values and learn how to do that, to use technology to the benefit and not just to increase income, revenue, and fulfill a business model that is based on eyeballs. Yeah, and also this is obviously the biggest challenge for many news organizations, particularly for public broadcasters that have, very often in the traditional broadcasting departments, age averages of like 60, 70 and above. So reaching young audiences is a big challenge for all traditional media. And actually, this is a quote, and I left it in here, even though Helge is here, but she said, we know quite a lot what the concern of young people is. They're very value-driven. They want to understand the society around them. They're interested in foreign news. Climate journalism is their #1 interest. Tolerance, diversity, anti-racism, all this is very important to them. So it's so important to study what young audiences really want. Then again, it also gets challenging. How do you serve these needs? Yeah, and lastly, the last chapter in the report is about leadership and innovation, and this is actually why I'm so happy to have Christina on this panel here, because I haven't really seen a news organization that adept at changing cultures systematically, and believe me, I know quite many news organizations, as SVT has done very systematic change of culture in the newsroom, and Christina later on will tell you all about this. And I've also included here a Q&A with Martin Reeves, who's not a journalist, but he's an author, he's a consultant, he runs a think tank for the Boston Consulting Group, and he wrote this book, The Imagination Machine, that I personally found very impressive. And I'll just have one quote here. by him, which is so central to many of these organizations that we have today, particularly public service with very traditional hierarchical ways. And he said, failures of imagination are failures of leadership. And he sort of elaborated on how you can turn your really slow organizations in imagination machines, because he said his advice, don't wait for the next Steve Jobs. Do it now. So change is the new normal, and obviously not only change, but you have to have this change, and to have society represented, you also need leadership, also needs to invest in talent and diversity. And I guess it's no miracle to you that the industry is running into a pretty big talent crisis that is not necessarily felt at the top brands, but very much so if you talk to any traditional local or regional news organizations, anyone who's not the New York Times or the FT or whatever, it's really very hard to attract talent, and it's really hard to attract the talent that is diverse enough to represent society as it is. And I'm quoting Kai Gnifke here, who's the Director General of German SWR, and he was very self-critical in his interview, very reflective, and he said, we print shiny brochures about diversity and raise the rainbow flag, but when push comes to shove, the old mechanisms prevail, particularly leaders haven't met their own standards. And I think this is really important, because we have so many panels about diversity also in this festival, but not that much happened, and maybe we can highlight that question also later. And innovation, another point, innovation is on everyone's mind, and I am a consultant helping mostly regional publishers with their digital transformation, and the experience is really that there's very often no shortage of ideas, and many projects are started all the time. But as Juliane Leopold here, Editor-in-Chief Digital of German ARD Aktuell, said, there's actually too much reinventing the wheel. Too many organizations are trying to innovate all for themselves. And she said, I'd like to see more collaborations in innovation, really. And that is something that I think the future really belongs to, collaboration, because there's so much power in the market. And Nick Newman, who's a senior research associate at the Reuters Institute, he says it really, maybe public broadcasters are a bit slow at times, a bit hierarchical, but when they can, get their act together, when they really can go to when they really get going, then they can have a huge impact and shift the market. They have the size and scope to bring the nation together, which I think is a very exciting prospect. And so really this is the last appeal here is really, let's do it together. And the EBU has also interesting and exciting projects of collaboration. The last one, it wasn't the last one they launched, but last year they launched a European Perspective, which is actually a start, a content recommendation tool that is where all participating broadcasters have their best content that could be relevant for all markets fit in, and then they use automated translation to make it accessible to different languages. And when we talked about that, I learned that actually even the process of getting everyone together and trying to collaborate really generated so many lessons as such that was even worth it, even without this launch of this successful product. So capitalizing on advantages of international cooperation, collaboration, networking, and learning will help organizations and their leaders to keep up with the pace of change and find solutions to shared challenges. And I strongly believe in that. And with that, I hand back to Felix.
Thank you so much, Alexandra, for providing us with sort of the backdrop for the discussion that we are about to have. And I would actually like to step back for a moment and ask our panelists what the state of innovation is within their respective PSMs and how they see it. And let's start with Helly and then go over to Ross and Christina.
Well, NRK has been fairly successful in adapting to the changing media landscape. We now 92% of the population.
You have to switch on the microphone.
Oh, sorry. No, yes, so NRK has been fairly successful to adapt to the changing media landscape. We reach now 92% of the population every day. That's slightly more than we did in 2010. The global giants are still not as big as us, but they're coming closer. Facebook reaches like 75%, while Facebook 56. We have been, I'm quite impressed by NRK actually, and I've only been with NRK for 4 years, but of course there are always things to work on.
So on average, a positive evaluation. How about the BBC, Ross?
Hi. Well, I guess unlike my esteemed colleagues up here, I'm not a manager, so I'm not actually in charge of anything. I'm a TV anchor, so I have some soft power, but I definitely don't have any hard power. I can't tell anyone to do anything. I don't have a budget. And so I look at innovation from the other side. I'm not in a formal leadership role. So when I'm thinking about an idea that I have, I'm working on the basis that it's probably not going to happen. I'm working on the basis that if I'm going to make this a success, this isn't just something I need to have one meeting about. This is something that I'm going to need to work on for 6 or 12 or 18 or 24 months. And I need to see this not as a single act of innovation, but an ongoing piece of work. So a couple of innovations I've been involved in have been the 50/50 project, which is now in around 100 organizations around the world, which started on a sofa in the BBC Newsroom a few years ago when I talked to some colleagues about it, or the explainer videos I do, which you may have seen on social media. That's something I started working on in 2019. And when I started thinking about those explainer videos, I wasn't just thinking, hey, why don't I see if I can make some viral videos? I treated this like a product development. So I was thinking about marketing, distribution, sourcing of budgets, tonal innovation, design innovation. I was thinking about this entirely as a product that I was developing. And then because I'm an individual, I can't just sign off a budget to fund innovation. You also need to think about, well, how can I build not a team, not a formal team, but a group of people around this idea who also feel like they have some ownership of the idea. So one of the most powerful things that I've experienced is that if you can share your idea and persuade people it's worth their creative energy too, then you get a double benefit. You improve the idea, you improve the innovation, but you also give it a much greater chance of success, because within public service broadcasters, and I've only worked in one, quite rightly, this is public money we're spending, right? We can't just sign big checks because we think it's a good idea off the cuff. We need to be serious about the money that we spend, and we need to not do it quickly. And so quite often when I'm developing ideas in the BBC, I don't expect the BBC to give me any money. I don't expect the BBC to give me any staffing for these ideas. So 50/50 had no funding at all for almost 2 years. These explainer videos I was working on for well over a year before the BBC put any resourcing behind it. And that's not a criticism. That's fine. Because I think within public service broadcasters, we need to be supportive and encouraging of innovation, but also respectful of the fact that every idea we have, and I've had plenty of bad ideas, aren't always going to work. And it's impossible to test those ideas very, very thoroughly before you expect your organization to institutionally come behind it. So because I don't have a formal position of leadership, I'm a very keen student of how you build those relationships and those funding models and those distribution models to give you an informal chance of success, because you don't necessarily have the power to do it the formal way initially.
Well, you're hopefully on the right panel for that. But what I find interesting here is the sort of element of cultural, the culture within the organization that's important to innovation. That's something actually I would like to, Christina can probably speak about this a lot, because you've been driving culture change within SVT, right?
Yes, and I have my roots in the newsroom, and I'm a reporter myself, and I used to be the head of news gathering department at SVT. And I mean, we've been working on change for a long, long time. SVT, like many other public service media, come from historically quite a comfortable position. We had a really strong position in society, and safe funds, stuff like that. But a few years ago, I mean 5 or 6 years ago, the situation wasn't so comfortable anymore. We were losing contact with generations of news consumers. And during, it was a period, maybe you remember, with terrorist attacks in Europe, and we were so far behind the competition, and it was so embarrassing for us. And we realized that we really had to do something about that. At this point, I'm not saying that we are anywhere near in a good position again, but we have managed to turn this tanker around to slowly go into the right direction. And we have slowly managed to move in a serious way from broadcast to digital news delivery. And we are reconnecting with generations again. And this year we were happy to see, or during that suddenly our digital news app was one of the most preferred by the young audience. And to us, young is people that are between 20 and 39. So, but this has been the result of enormous effort, and especially enormous effort on culture and leadership.
Can you briefly elaborate a bit more about how you actually did this turning of the tanker? Because it sounds as simple as turning the steering wheel, but of course in reality it's a lot more complicated. So what were your concrete actions to do that?
Well, it's very important to remember that there are no single magic solution. There is always a number of different things that has to be combined. But in cultural terms, in order to adapt and change and innovate, all leaders want staff that are engaged, that come with good ideas, that have the energy to do change. But we realized that we actually fostered a culture of passive co-workers. We call this the baby bird syndrome, because we did a lot of changes to support, a lot of efforts, quite radical ones, to support change. We reorganized, moved a lot of resources to digital, and we everyone in the newsroom, national newsroom, for instance, had to reapply for their jobs. Not that they would be, fired, but they had to. We needed to relocate staff, and also managers. We replaced in one blow 70% of all the managers in national newsroom. But still, the culture was still there. 1 year after, we had just reinforced the old culture. And what kind of culture were that? We found ourselves in a situation where managers, editors, leaders on all levels were feeding down solutions and answers and details to a large extent. And that was really exhausting. And the co-workers, they were acting like baby birds, and they just asked more and more, what are we supposed to do now when we are in this change position? And this made us very slow, and made change didn't happen quickly enough. So, do you want to know what we did about it?
I'll probably come back to that later. Thank you so much. Something else I would like to sort of tease out here in this panel is the role of innovation when it comes to connecting with audiences and in order to stay relevant. And we often hear this sort of talk about reaching young audiences, and as we all know, that's easier said than done. Khalid, do you want to talk to us a bit about what you've been doing at NRK to sort of connect with young audiences, especially on platforms, without falling into this trap of becoming too dependent on these very platforms in your work?
NRK News is on Snapchat Discover, and we have been there for 3 years now, and we are doing that, first of all, because we learn how to connect with a younger audience, and it's also a pure mobile-first experience. So what is essential for us is to use that knowledge and what we learn on Snapchat and apply that on NRK's platforms. Having said that, the platforms are here to stay, but we have to be very conscious why we are on those platforms and what we want to achieve. And for us, it's very much more important for us to succeed on NRK's platforms than any third platforms. And that's why we are now building down our presence, especially on Facebook. And the major media companies in Norway, NRK, Schibsted, and A-Media, have said that we are not going to be on Facebook News. What is Facebook News? The aim is to be a trusted source for news and present the most important stories, most important and interesting stories of the day. And that's our position. So we must not give that position to Facebook. We must not create user habits that make people believe that you can go to Facebook to get the news.
So it's basically weaning yourself off platform dependencies itself a strategy of innovation, because most media organizations these days have become quite reliant on these companies. And at NRK, you've basically said, we will try, as a sort of innovation strategy, we will try to move away from that in reaching younger audiences.
Yeah, no, of course, that's easy to say being in the Nordics, because we are not dependent on third platforms. And I'm not saying that this is the solution for everyone, but in the Nordics, distribution is important, but destination is much more important. And to develop our platforms, our digital platforms, that is NRK TV, NRK Radio, and NRK on mobile. And if we are to keep our position in the years to come, we need to grow on those platforms, and we need to reach younger and broader digitally.
Yeah, which is basically also something Ross has done quite successfully with the outside source. How important is for use of the role of audiences in innovation?
Well, I think audiences, if you're a public service broadcaster, are essentially everything. They're the reason you exist. And so all of your innovations should be with a very clear mission to better serve the audience. And if you're not entirely focused on that, then you're unlikely to innovate in a way that's helpful for public service broadcasters. I would also add, and this might seem like an obvious point, but I think it's worth saying, if an organization says it believes in innovation, but it doesn't reward the people who innovate, people notice. So one of the reasons I started 50/50 was I was tired of listening to, and this is not directed at the BBC, this is across news media, leaders in news media saying they cared about diversity, and I could see what was in the news. It wasn't diverse enough. So I thought, okay, there's a gap here between what we're saying and what we're doing. And people notice, audiences notice, and staff notice. So similarly, within public service broadcasters, if the leadership is saying, we believe in innovation in a range of different ways, we believe in culture change, but the people who are being promoted, or the people who are being paid the most, or the people who are getting the most attention from the organization aren't doing the things which the organization says that it would like you to do, people notice. But there is a reverse of that, which is they also notice when the organization supports the things which it says. So if you take my explainer videos, we kind of ended up with a much bigger hit than we expected to, which was a nice surprise. And what was interesting was we'd done several things, high-profile things, which as an organization demonstrated we were supportive of it. So I still do, have a TV show called Outside Source, which was based around a big touchscreen. To support these explainers, we completely ripped up the format and completely changed it so all of the graphics were mobile friendly. And that was a very powerful way of saying internally, the BBC is committing to not throwing away, but fundamentally changing the successful TV news format in order to serve digital audiences better. Equally, they know, because they can see it happening, I now have 2 full-time producers working on the explainer videos who I didn't used to have 12 months ago. And they're being funded by the digital section of the BBC News budget not the TV news section, despite the fact that I'm a TV news anchor. That says very effectively, this organization gets that TV and digital crossover, and this organization gets that this is an innovation which we want to support. And it might seem obvious, but all of us as people within public service broadcasters, if we're serious about supporting innovation, you need to act in that way. And if you do, I don't know, you're going to hear about how you guys got on, but my observation of the BBC is that recently it's become much, much better at acting the way that it's been talking for some time. And that is arguably, for me, the biggest driver of innovation within our newsroom.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Alexandra wants to step in here.
Yeah, I'm sure most of you know what the 50/50 project is or what the explainer videos are. For those of you who don't know, the 50/50 project was really Ross started this as an internal competition. Can you actually get male and female sources to a ratio of 50/50? And this is actually a great example that innovation doesn't always need this huge budget, and it doesn't always need, tons of decision, a 5-year plan and something huge to implement. Because very often this is just an excuse. Oh, we don't have the budget, and we are public service media, or we are just a local news organization for that matter. But actually innovation can start with individuals who have ideas and then know that they have to work the organization. And this is exactly what Russ is talking about. And the explainer videos are another thing that you might not familiar with them. I promise if you go on social media and you look at Russ explainer videos about, the Downing Street parties and whatever, you really get hooked. You want to watch more of those. So I can't explain what they're all about, but if you haven't seen them, check them out.
Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I would actually like to talk about a bit more is sort of the nitty-gritty of how can innovation happen, how can it be done, what are the sort of the tips and tricks, basically also as like a giveaway to the audience, both in the room and digitally. So let's start with Christina and then work our way back to Ross and Helge. How can one marshal support for a project in what is, I think, and I try to say this diplomatically, but PSM are a very cautious environment, and we've heard this today. So how does it work? How do you marshal support internally for innovative projects, for new ideas? How do you do that?
Well, I work on the overall culture to create a development culture where learning and trying and experimenting is something that is part of your everyday life. And in order to do that, you need to have the foundations. You need to have, for instance, a clear view on where you're heading. You need to have a strategy, and that needs to be built on the audience. What does the audience need? And on top of that, you need to have clear roles. So you need to have a clarity in who decides if a project should be launched or not. Because very often an obstacle to innovation and change is that people that should make decisions don't know about it and are not saying either yes or no. So clarity in roles, clarity in what is expected from you, and then you need to have feedback. You need you need to have a leadership that empowers, that grants the freedom to people that have ideas, but not abandon them. You need to have feedback so that you know that you are in line with what the audience needs. You need to check that it's not for our own sake, it's for the audience. Are we doing this in a direction that is benefiting the audience? That has to be clarified. And if you are not working around that, then you create more confusion, because there's nothing that is so demoralizing as you have a strategy and then people are not following it, and nothing happens.
Could I just look at this quickly from the other side, which is, of course, if an organization, a public service broadcaster or any news organization has very clear decision-making processes, that makes innovation more realistic. I'm going to look at it from the other side as someone who's not in leadership, and of course I'm hoping for those clear lines, and the BBC is pretty good on this, but every single time I've got an idea I'm trying to get out, I make a map of the organization and the different people who I need to say yes, and the different people who could say no, and how I'm going to suggest the idea to one person is not going to be the same way as I suggest it to another. I don't mean I'm being dishonest, but the person who's involved in developing the technology or the design is not going to have the same considerations as the person who controls the budget or my editor. And there'll be some people, like my editor at the moment is absolutely brilliantly and very supportive of innovation. If she doesn't say yes, I can't do it, basically. So like, she's the number one priority. But there are a number of other people who can support us or not actively try and stop us. And so you're right to aspire to incredibly clear lines of leadership and decision making. But as someone on the other side, inevitably that's never going to be perfect. So I would always say, if you've got an idea, make a map. Think about, and if you don't know someone, a crucial person on that map, who do you know who does know them? Find out about them. What kind of meetings do they like? What kind of conversations do they like? And take that side of the equation seriously. Because I sometimes see people, they'll go to the top, and I'm like, the people, someone that high up is not going to be the person to sign it off. You need to be 2 down on that decision, but on another decision, so really being quite detailed in your, I'm constantly ringing people up going like, okay, so you've switched it around in this department, so who's in charge of what now? I'm constantly analyzing so I understand the game I'm in, if you like.
Yeah, it's really great you say that, Russ, because what I tell clients in consulting is usually from my own really bitter experience, map your friends and enemies. And then, map your friends and enemies, but then don't waste all the energies of winning over the enemies first, but start with the friends. And we really always say to our clients in the project I'm involved in, the Table Stakes Euro project, really start with readiness for change. Start with those who are your friends, and then start with short success, or with quick success stories. And once you have these success stories, you can go from there.
Can we get again?
Yeah, no. Well, it all starts with the needs of the audience, but a premise for innovation is that we test, evaluate, and adapt in the process. So we need to change while going forward. That's why it's so important to establish a learning culture. And sometimes the idea is so strong that it just needs some minor adjustments, but other times, and I must say that's mainly my experience, things end up very differently than what we expected. And so it's very important to have open process. And for instance, NRK Play. It's, of course, drama and entertainment, that's a very important part of NRK Play, but news is and will be important. But we don't know what the role of the news will be in NRK Play. And so we have to facilitate processes that motivate creativity and have as many doors open as long as possible, and we need to navigate that ambiguity and be open and transparent about not knowing. And this is very different than if you are to build a hospital. Then you know exactly what you want to do, and change is not wanted or needed unless it's about saving money. While what we are trying to achieve is change is desired and needed, and we don't know the outcome.
So basically we have a situation where on the one hand, sort of top down, we need clear structures, clear processes, and in the absence of that, or in the time while this develops, we need sort of the cheekiness and the planning that Ross suggested, where you basically try to find out.
I also think there's an underused skill that if we can blow our own trumpets, we're storytellers, right? That's what journalists are. If we're good at anything, we're hopefully good at telling stories. We're not always so good at telling stories about innovation within our organizations. So before I went to speak to anyone about the 3 or 4 ideas I've managed to get off the ground in the last 10 or 15 years, I spent ages thinking about how am I going to tell the story of this innovation? How am I going to make this so that it's easy to say yes to? Because a lot of the time when you're trying to innovate, public service broadcasting is a big operation. The people who need to support these ideas up here, they're very, very busy. They haven't got much time. If you make it easier for them to say yes by having a good story and by having done as much of the work as you can before you go and see them, that's going to be easier. If you walk in with a half-developed idea and say, I need thousands of pounds and loads of staff, your chances are quite low. They should be quite low, I should add. It's not a criticism.
Christina, your response?
Yes, because I think this is a crucial thing that, I mean, as a manager or an editor or leader of journalists, you should not be too busy to lead journalists. I mean, it's about prioritizing your time. And in order to get this innovation or development, you need to pay attention to your reporters or your coworkers or anyone. And we had the privilege to be able to hire really talented coworkers from other digital newsrooms, and they came to us loaded with all this capacity. And after a year, some of them left. And I asked, what's wrong? And many of them said, you know what? It feels like SVT is totally indifferent to what I do. I said, no, that can't be true, because you're so praised, your boss is praising you, and this morning on the morning meeting you got this credit for what you did yesterday. And they said, well, you know, a pat on the back doesn't really help me, because I know that I might be the sharpest on the market right now, but I won't be in 2 years if I stay at SVT and the leadership culture doesn't change. Because, I mean, we have a tradition where people are promoted. You're a good reporter, and then you get promoted to an editor, and then you get promoted to a manager, and then you stand there and you're good at doing television pieces 15 years ago. And in that culture, I'm not saying that it's this all the time, definitely not, but often you don't know how to lead people. No one tells you what is expected of a leader in public service. What kind of skills do you need to obtain in order to develop this young, really brilliant talent that you had the possibility to hire? That's something totally different than telling, this is how you do a story. So you need to be able to attract their capacity for ideas. You need to learn how to coach a talented person. It's like in an athlete, the trainer doesn't run the sprint, but they can watch, challenge, help you to improve and learn and also innovate. And that's the new role of the leader that we have put 250 leaders in enormous training on this, role play, how to coach and get the best out of a coworker. And it's nothing that you do overnight. It takes years and years and years and lots of effort.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a general story for innovation. It's not something that can be done like flipping a switch and it suddenly happens.
No. Can I add something really quick to that, which is that innovation's tiring and very, very time consuming, and yet often organizations expect their staff to do that as well as whatever their regular responsibilities are. And one thing I've observed the BBC getting much better at, certainly it wasn't very good at this when I arrived, but it's much better now, is spotting when an innovation is happening which requires support and allowing that person, giving that person some, not necessarily resources, just some space in their working week, rather than expecting all the innovation to happen when they get home after their normal job or in the morning before they start their normal job, because for a lot of people that's not necessarily realistic, or they can't do that. And so understanding that creating something new is quite a demanding process, and treating it with respect rather than seeing it as an extra to happen as well as everything else is helpful.
True.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second here. We've basically been operating on the premise that innovation is just a good thing, and we've sort of been treating this as if every single idea that comes along is a good idea. I would like to know from all of you, and let's start again with Helge, then go to Christina, and then end with Ross, because I think he has strong opinions on this. What should we do to filter the good ideas out and sort of separate and get rid of the bad ideas? How do we do that in innovation in PSM?
Well, what we do in NRK is that we have festival of ideas twice a year, and everyone can attend, and you get 3 minutes to pitch your idea, and you get an instant feedback at a festival of ideas and a more in-depth feedback after 1 or 2 weeks. And that's how we choose which ideas to prioritize.
Christina.
Yeah, I think it's really important to say no sometimes. It is you can't just have like all the ideas like popcorn just popping. You have to have some kind of strategy. What do you want to achieve? And that has to be really well connected to the audience. And then you have to measure success. You need to be able to evaluate, is this a good idea or not? Should we continue with this or should we just ditch it? And I think that's important. It's the audience. We're here for the audience, nothing else.
Yep. Thank you. Let's go to Ross. What's your take on this?
So I think we need to, I think we could improve how we, not just the BBC generally, explain the process of innovation. I think largely we think of it as, hey, I've got an idea, I'm going to tell the bosses, and the bosses say yes or no, and it's kind of good or bad. And for me, like deep innovation is something that evolves. So if you watch my explainer videos now, they're not the same. They're based on the same idea I had in 2019, but they don't manifest in the same way because some bits weren't so good and some bits were good, and so some bits we changed and so on. So helping everyone understand that there is a process and supporting that process feels very important. Explaining why you're saying no. Sometimes people can be left confused. An idea hasn't worked, but the organization hasn't said no. So establishing success criteria early is, and you know, I've had lots of ideas which have gone nowhere, and I'm very keen on stopping ideas. Like I could do it, try something, doesn't work, okay. And actually, the explainer videos happened because when I created Outside Source in 2014, I had a double idea, which was a kind of live collation of information on the TV, so like a new TV format, which would create digital content. We did the first bit, the ratings were very good on the TV. The digital content we were creating, the numbers were terrible, like not just kind of quite good, terrible. So I sat there in 2019 going, well, one thing worked and the other thing really didn't. And it was from saying that it didn't that we came up with something new. So creating systems which communicate in a supportive way why one idea needs to stop or one idea is going to grow is important. The other thing I would say is all of the best innovation I've been involved in, whether it's an idea of mine or an idea of someone else, often it's informal. So 50-50 happened because lots of people gave me their time because they were excited by the idea. The explainers got developed by brilliant designers, TV directors, producers. The list goes on and on and on. And in the early days, it was just me going, can I have a chat to you? There was nothing formal about it at all. And so I think creating a culture or supporting a culture which has space for those more informal projects where you're just doing it because you're all excited about it is really helpful, because I quite often encounter people who have a very formal idea of how innovation works. They'll come to me and they go, I've got an idea, I'm going to pitch it to the bosses. And they see it in quite a binary way, like the bosses are going to say yes or the bosses are going to say no. And I'm like, even if they say no, it might still be a good idea. We can maybe still do this. Or maybe they'll say yes, and actually after 3 months it won't. And so explaining that innovation is an ongoing piece of work rather than a job interview where either you get it or you don't get it, I think is helpful.
Alexandra, any words from you?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna go to about what Christina said about using metrics, and luckily in our industry, metrics are now being used for many things, but that is actually quite a new thing. Well, maybe except for TV quotas and stuff, you always TV ratings, you always had that, but introducing metrics into the newsroom, people management. This is so important because it used to be the major metric in newsrooms were either gut feeling or opinion. You know, how did you measure success? Well, you know, the editor-in-chief liked it, so it must have been successful. And that is no longer the case, luckily. And another thing I really want to highlight in that context is it's not only about ideas and saying no to fresh ideas. My experience as a consultant is really the hardest thing, because it's not sexy at all, the hardest thing is really stop doing of old practices. And it's funny because I asked in all the interviews I led for this report, I asked, what do you think should public service media stop doing, or what could you stop to do in your organization? And this is usually when things start to get really quiet, because stop doing is something no one likes. Everyone likes to have ideas and fresh ideas and to compete and pitch and whatever, but really saying, actually we're doing something, we've done that for 20 years, but actually it's not successful, and maybe it's never been successful. How do you stop this? Because people derive their personal value from this, They think, oh, I'm doing this show, or I'm writing this column, and this is why I'm important. And then someone says, well, but no one actually watches this, or no one reads this, and this is such a hard part, really channeling that energy that people have somewhere else, because you need to free up energies to start new things and to implement new ideas. But how do you do that? That is such a tricky question. Maybe I'll pitch a panel for next year's Perugia Festival about that.
Sorry, Karen.
No, it's idea generation in action. Sorry, final point from you.
One thing, and we were talking about this yesterday actually, one thing I'm increasingly obsessed with is that sometimes organizations will do things because they feel like they ought to do them, and then by doing them, that makes them feel better, and so they carry on doing them, even if there's no proof that actually it is a good thing to be doing. So I could give you some examples from UK media outside of the BBC where organizations have decided they need a digital strategy, so they're pushing out digital content. The numbers are just terrible. But obviously, internally, they can point to this and go, look, we're doing this digital innovation and we're pushing out these videos, and no one's going, but hold on, this looks great, but it's not actually, but no one's consuming it. And having a culture in which you could admit, actually, we thought this was a good idea, but it actually wasn't, without that, to your point, bringing any negative, like it being okay to have tried it and okay to stop, is powerful. And I think that, you need good leadership for that.
Yes, and you need to, pay attention to what you do and watch. If you have items or formats and you see that there are very few watching it, you need to really see why are they, and what can we do to change that? What can we do instead? So, and there's always a way to stretch yourself, always a way to do things better than yesterday, but you need to measure it, of course.
And the other point, of course, is that we don't know which ones are going to work. So,
No.
there'll be sometimes you think, I've got a great idea, and then people don't want it.
No.
Can I, before we go to questions from the audience, and I know it says no Q&A, but I will simply ignore this and innovate this panel. Can I briefly ask all our panelists what they think needs to happen that public service media not only survive but thrive? Maybe that's not actually innovation, maybe it's something else. So a brief statement from each of you before we go to the audience in the room. Helia.
Well, first of all, we need to stick to our mission and deliver quality every day. We need to innovate and adapt to the changing media landscape. And I would also make the case for collaboration and partnership outside media. But in Norway, we have a number of initiatives, NRK collaborating with local, regional, and national media. And our latest initiative was started 2 days ago. And 8 media companies in Norway have gone together to verify videos and images from Ukraine that we find on social media. And it will be this operation will be run by Faktisk, our fact-checking site, which is a collaboration between the 6 largest media houses in Norway. And the videos will be available for all medias in Norway.
Christina.
Well, I think it's important, the most important thing is to keep being humble and curious about the audience and to talk to the audience. Rather listen to the audience. That's the key to anything. And then you need to be able to quickly adapt and change and be flexible in order to meet those needs. So I think these are the 2 main things.
Thank you. Ross.
Well, I'm going to slightly repeat what you've already said, which is that in some ways our core mission as public service broadcasters to inform and entertain remains the same as it did when we were created. In some way our mission as journalists hasn't changed at all, to accurately explain and report on what's happening in our world. These things haven't really changed. What's changing is the information ecosystem and the societies in which we're operating in. And sometimes I feel, both with journalism and with public service media, that we're just wishing it wasn't changing, that if only everything could stop, then it would be okay. And I think the information is all around us. The audience is giving us huge amounts of anecdotal information. The audience is giving us huge amounts of data, telling us what they want and how they're consuming. And to your point, we just need to listen very, very closely, and not to be concerned that by manifesting our mission in a different way, it undermines the core mission. For me, the core mission has not altered for the BBC one bit since we were created. It's exactly the same as it's been for decades. How it manifests itself, though, needs to be very, very different. And it seems to me the only way you can get to a manifestation that's going to work for the country that's funding you is by listening very, very closely and observing very, very closely what the people within that country are doing. I know it might seem obvious, but everything is in plain sight.
Yeah. And speaking of listening, it's just been signaled to me that we've got about 5 minutes left. So I would like the audience to ask some question if they want. Please raise your hand and say it. I will repeat it for the people online. Please keep it brief. And yeah, go ahead. Who wants to be first? Yes. I'm just going to repeat this briefly. So the question is, are innovative projects more successful if they try to hone in on a specific segment of the audience, or if they sort of target broader audiences? And if so, what can be done to sort of create successful projects for very vast audiences? Who wants to take that one?
Well, I can take that one. I don't think that, I mean, as a public service media, you need to try to reach everyone at some point, but not everyone all the time, because that will not really be, you can't do that. So you need to sort and pinpoint the different target groups and try to reach them. You can't reach, I mean, everyone at the same, all the time, at the same time. You need to target.
Wonderful, thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Okay, so the question is, what are future competencies?
I have to disappoint you. I will not have the quick answer to that. I will repeat what I said before. It's the ability to adapt. It's the most important competence.
Excellent. I think we've got time for one more question, then we have to wrap up. So if anyone wants to step forward.
Could I just briefly respond to the question before about whether you need to make broad products or targeted products? I mean, without meaning to sit on the fence, I think public service broadcasters probably need to try and do both, but we're much more comfortable, or the BBC is much more comfortable, doing broader products. That's what we've done very successfully for years, and I think we will continue to do them. But how we understand how to more micro-target news products at particular sections of our audience, I think is something that we are working hard on, but it's definitely something that we can develop further. But I don't think that broad products are over, and I'm entirely biased on this. My explainer product is quite deliberately designed to work if you know very little about the subject, but also if you're quite well informed on the subject. It's used very heavily in schools these days. It's also being used by people who are older than teenagers as well. And so I do think there are newer ways we can manifest that mission to be broad, but I definitely think we need more micro-targeted products to go alongside that. And of course, we haven't got all the money in the world, so you have to make decisions about how you do that. But I feel like the diversification in micro-journalism products that we're seeing across the digital arena is something that public service broadcasting is still, not unreasonably, still grappling with. But I feel like in 10 years' time, you will see a greater product diversity, not just from the BBC, but from all public service broadcasters.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I think we have to close here. I'm very sorry. Thank you so much for coming, for attending, for my great panelists. I think this was a very exciting discussion. Have a good evening.